over 300 games in the 22-23 North Dakota high school hockey season. Tonight it boils down to one. A state championship for either Grand Forks, Red River, looking for their 20th all-time crown. Or a state title for Fargo, South-Shanley that looks for number 4 all-time. In all EDC showdown between two teams that have already played 3 times this year. The most recent, an EDC championship game just a week ago. South won the first 2 games of the year in the regular season. Then Red River won the big one of the EDC. Now the biggest of the season for all of North Dakota. It's the state championship. And we are live from the Ralph Engelstad Arena here in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Welcome in to our Shields pregame show here tonight. Shields has everything you need, from footwear to fashion, clothing, hunting and fishing gear, you name it. Don't forget about every single sporting good underneath the sun. Shields brings you tonight's pregame show for the state title matchup between the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins, the number 2 seed out of the East, and the Red River Rough Riders, the number 1 seed out of the East region. Tim Scarperoot's Rough Riders are 23-2-1 on the year. South-Shanley, coached by Dean French, brings his Bruins in tonight at 21-5. This will be an epic battle here tonight. It's got a little bit of everything and some storylines to this showdown, including one of the best goaltenders in the state of North Dakota, if not the best, in Noel Olsenowski. 16 shutouts in his career. He had one last night for his 12th of the season here in his junior campaign. Get ready for what should be a fun one here tonight on the PSP Network. Nick Hulberg, glad to bring you the showdown tonight here, along with my good friend Dave Wilson, who will join me in a few moments for our Shields pregame show. It's going to be a battle tonight of the big red machine that is Grand Forks Red River and what they bring to the table on the offensive and defensive ends of the ice, which is crisp passing and nothing but snipers up front. 6 of the top 9 point producers in North Dakota belong on the home team here tonight. On the other side, Fargo South-Shanley's got a sniper of their own at Zach Boren. All EDC, all state last year, all EDC again this year. His 41 points don't quite come close to Mikey Coleman's 67 points on the year. The state's top producer right now in North Dakota. But those numbers, do they matter tonight? Some say yes, absolutely they do. Others say, well, systematically, if Fargo South-Shanley can play a game to perfection the way they did against Davies last night, and that system that they run that is so methodical, like a game of chess, they have an opportunity to win their 4th ever state championship. We're going to break this game down when we come back to our Shields pregame show here tonight. It should be a fun one from the Ralph Engelstad Arena. It's Red River, the Rough Riders, taking on Fargo South-Shanley, the Bruins. More of the Shields pregame show when we come back to the upper deck of the press box here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena here in Grand Forks in just a few moments.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chubby Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Prestwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Finding the right bank can be transformative for your small business. The best bank for your business will offer competitive fees and so much more. At BNC National Bank, our team is proud to offer you a helpful, supportive, above and beyond banking relationship. Starting to stress about the complexities of qualifying for a small business loan? BNC can guide you through the process with much less stress and likely far more success. Speak to one of our team members today.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
It's water. Boom. Agent Winston Otter. He's been called the human sponge.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
I'm a grateful person on a lot of levels. I've been given so many great opportunities. But most of all, even as a little kid, I was taught a set of values. Like tools for life, hard work, responsibility, and the key to making it all work, commitment.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Ackerman Esvold, your neighbors, friends, and family who are working for you. The local team with local availability and accountability for all of your engineering, architecture, environmental, transportation, and land development needs. Your project can rely on Ackerman Esvold. Find them online at ackermanesvold.com. When you start your project, talk with Ackerman Surveying and Associates. Our experienced surveying team guides you in the right direction with planning, platting, and lot and boundary surveys. The trusted name in land surveying, the trusted name in architecture and engineering is Ackerman Surveying and Ackerman Esvold. Find them at ackermanesvold.com.
What you're witnessing actually happens. This is a sad story about bad math.
Bad math?
Does your online company include mounting?
You can't beat the online pricing.
When you add the mounting, the shipping, and all the extras, it's just simple math. We guarantee the lowest prices. Our Plus plan is simply better, a less expensive way to buy tires. Thinking tires? Think Tires Plus.
7 teams in the history of North Dakota high school boys hockey have won championships. Grand Forks Central leads the pack with 29 all-time. Red River's got 19. Tonight they look for number 20. Fargo South-Shanley's been in the mix as well 3 times, with their name at the top of the ladder as the last team standing in North Dakota. They haven't won one since 2006, however. Tonight they've got the opportunity against the big red machine that is Grand Forks Red River. Welcome back into our Shields pregame show for state championship hockey coverage on the PSP Network. It's our Shields pregame show. Shields has everything you need to gear all your passions, from fishing to fashion. Shields is dedicated to offering you the best retail experience. Shop sporting goods, hunting and fishing gear, and clothing, so much more at Shields. They bring you the pregame show here tonight. Nick Hulberg alongside of the former All-State North Dakota goaltender, Mr. David Wilson, also one of the coaches of West Fargo Cheyenne. We'll bring him in right now. And Dave, we sit high on top of the press box, second-tier press box here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. You had a pretty good view for this tournament on the bench for West Fargo Cheyenne. First things first, congratulations on a third-place finish at the state hockey tournament.
Yeah, Nick, and you know, like you said, a little different viewpoint for me, and you know, it's actually the first time I've coached in several years, and just very, very thankful for the experience. It's been you know, for me personally, it's been a fantastic state tournament to see our kids have the success that they had, a third-place finish, you know, to building our program and, you know, adding to the wood pile, as we like to say, and, you know, to be up here with you two and getting to watch these games and talk about high school hockey with someone I can consider a dear friend of mine, that's pretty special too. You know, we have our kids here, and you know, we've been at all the games, and it's really been a fantastic weekend for me.
It's been a lot of fun, Dave, and I'm really looking forward to the showdown here tonight. Top back of the time machine. You and I watched the last game of high school hockey ever at the old Ralph Engelstad Arena. You were a senior in high school. I was a freshman. We sat there until the wee hours of the morning on that occasion because Aaron Walski put up a brick wall against Nate Ziegelman and company from Grand Forks Red River. 4 overtimes were needed on that night as Walski, who was arguably the best goaltender in the state of North Dakota, put up the best single person performance we may have ever seen in North Dakota high school hockey with 72 saves that night. Tonight we see a goaltender from Fargo South-Shanley in Noel Olszanowski. The senior has played in 23 games. He's given up 19 goals on the year. You heard me right, 19 goals in 23 games. That's a .83 goals against average and a .955 save percentage. Does he have what it takes tonight to shut down the Red River Rough Riders if it boils down to him single-handedly needing to do that tonight against the defending state champions? In my mind, he certainly has looked good all week long here at the state tournament, and he really does need to be big here tonight. But does he have what it takes in this big game?
Yeah, and I think you and I were at that game last year at Shields Arena where, you know, he kind of single-handedly held South-Shanley in that hockey game against Red River, in a game where I thought Red River controlled that semifinal game, had the better chances. He made 3 or 4 really nice lateral saves going to his left and his right on Red River rushes, and without him, that's not a 3-1 hockey game last year. That could have been much worse. I think for Fargo South, your Dean French, you like your goaltending. You know, a good kid, a kid that puts his time in the summer. You've got a good defensive core in front of him. They all work really well together. You've got extremely high buy-in, and the best part about high school sports is when you get a group that buys in like his group has, and you've got that group that buys into that defensive structure with an excellent goaltender behind that defensive structure. That's what it's going to take to beat a Grand Forks Red River team with arguably one of the most potent offenses the state's ever seen.
They really are one of the most potent offenses the state ever has been witness to, and here's why, Dave. We look at the top producers in North Dakota right now. Let's look at the top producers in our state, brought to you and delivered by the UPS Store. The UPS Store open Monday through Saturday for your convenience. The UPS Store for all your packing and shipping needs. State is led in scoring by Mikey Coleman. 67 points on the season for Coleman. Hey, that's not a bad year, is it? He certainly is a player that you could talk about as one of the best to play at Grand Forks Red River on a list that's a mile long of some of the greats to come through North Dakota, but he was named the Senior Athlete of the Year inside of the EDC. 26 goals, 41 assists for him. Carter Sproul from Red River currently has 52 points. He's second in scoring. The junior Luke Beadall, 49 points for him on the season. Then you go to Max Vig, the D-man from Bismarck Century with 47 points. Marcus Butts from Legacy ends his season with 47 points. And unfortunately, if you're on the west side of North Dakota, you might not see those two kids in Bismarck playing in high school hockey uniforms anymore. They are the real deal. Grafton Park Rivers Landon Carter, 46 points for him. At number 7, 8, and 9, you find three more Red River Rough Riders. Dylan Jackson, 46 points. Grant Gardner, 46 points. Carson Scarperud, 45 points. That's 6 of the top 9 in North Dakota for the Red River Rough Riders. They also have the chip on their shoulder and that confidence of being state champions coming into this on their home ice, in a sense, here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Really, the cards are stacked in the favor of the Rough Riders here tonight. The one X factor to me, though, Dave, would be the goaltending, where Jake Jenkins has seemed just a bit shaky. And as we continue to talk about these goaltenders in this tournament, we talk on Olszanowski here tonight. Let's talk on Jenkins for a moment. If you're coaching him, what do you tell him before a game like tonight, where last night he was real shaky against West Fargo Cheyenne?
It's kind of a unique perspective, but honestly, you just got to tell him to play within himself, and at times that hasn't been great this year for them. But with that firepower that they have, it's funny to say it, because you say, okay, just give us a chance, and which means just make the saves that you're supposed to make. I mean, don't be spectacular. If it's a 3-on-0 rush and you get hung out to dry and get scored on, that's on us. But like yesterday against us, he lets in kind of a weak wrister from the top of the slot, and then he lets one in from the goal line, and that's goals that Red River will probably be okay with. A West Fargo Cheyenne scoring, a team that's not really great. Great with we don't have a ton of great forwards on our team, and Red River's going to be able to come back from that. Well, if Fargo South-Shanley gets those goals, they're going to go on lockdown. So those goals can't happen tonight. I mean, really, it's just make the saves that you're supposed to make, gobble up pucks. Anything really outside of that is going to be, basically, the cherry on top of everything. Just be yourself, make the saves you're supposed to make, and we'll be okay.
Let's go back to that state scorers bracket and the top producers in North Dakota right now. A sidebar here, we really have been treated to witnessing some of the greats in North Dakota hockey play this year and be on top of that leaderboard from the East and West regions. But man, Grand Forks Red River really has something special with those 6 we named, and there's plenty more that are right there on the fray as well.
Right, and with them, I go back to when I was reffing Pee Wee hockey in Williston, and this group was coming up with Tim Scarperud on the bench, and at that moment in time, and maybe I'm a little bit of a rube, but after I reffed one of their games in Williston, I kind of wrote down the names of some of the kids that scored the goals, and there was, of course, Carson Scarperud, who was the coach's son, and there was Andrew Peterson, a goalie who was playing 18U Select Hockey with CompuWare. He would be the starting goaltender for them tonight, and the kid started for Red River as a sophomore. You had Sproul, you had Coleman, you had Reynolds, and it was just like, oh my goodness. And like these kids, they stick together, they're going to be really good. Well, they're together in the Bantam level, they're together in the high school level. I mean, these kids have been playing together since they were in 6th grade, Pee Wee hockey, all the way up and through with basically the same coach, and so they have a really good idea what's expected of them, and yeah, it's like you said, it just kind of things line up for them, and one of the things is the keeping that group of kids together, that they're all going to the same high school. Grand Forks is open enrollment, so you kind of get to make the decision in 8th or 9th grade, I believe. And, kudos to them keeping the group together, and they've had a lot of success.
They certainly have. Let's go to the other bench now and talk about the Bruins. Team that scored 119 goals on the year. Hey, that's quite a few. They ended up with a record on the season of 21-5 coming into tonight's state title game. They're led in scoring by Zach Boren. All EDC, all state. He had 49 last year. He's had 41 here this year. There's others on this list that can get the job done as well. 35 for John Lang on the season. 25 for Sam Oshak. 30 on the year for Zach Scarperud. 27 for Colton Nessler. 20 on the year as well for Gus Albert, and 20 on the year for Trevor Moe, just to name some of who we'll see here tonight. For them, on their offensive position here tonight, and what they look to do and capitalize on the opportunities that they are given against this Red River team, how opportunistic do they have to be in this game tonight? Or do they look to get in a full-out shootout with Red River off the opening start here tonight?
Well, I can guarantee you that Coach French is not going to decide to skate with Red River. I mean, some of his lines can skate with some of the lines of Red River, but he's going to stay in that 1-2-2 system that they play so well. They're not going to let Red River go up and down the ice. They're going to limit Red River's chances. They're going to block shots. They're going to try to bounce on the mistakes that Red River makes. And Red River makes very few mistakes, but in a game like this, you're gripping the stick a little bit tighter. Look for Fargo South with their system to pounce on those mistakes. And a kid like a Colton Nessler or a Zach Scarperud, the nephew of Tim Scarperud, by the way, for Red River, Sam Oshak, those are some pretty gritty, skilled forwards, and getting them the puck off of turnovers in goal scoring spots is kind of what Fargo South lives and dies on. And they're fine getting up 2-0 and sitting on that lead with the goaltending and defensemen that they have, and they're just so good at frustrating the heck out of teams. We saw yesterday with Fargo Davies, they did it to us earlier this year where they got 3 goals on us and really just went on lockdown mode, and we couldn't get the puck in, and we did get the puck in. They chip it out and they clog the neutral zone, and you're not going to carry the puck over the blue line with speed against them, and if you do, you got to take that opportunity and get the puck to the net. And you get the puck to the net and you got an all-state goaltender with a likely college hockey future ahead of him with Noel Osanowski.
How do you like this number? 119 goals for Fargo South-Shanley. I said that's quite a few because realistically it is quite a few. South-Shanley is the team to beat Red River inside of the EDC play this year in North Dakota. Red River scored 174 goals on the season. 174, Dave. That's got to be some kind of record or a number that is at the top of the list. We'd have to go back and look, but that's almost unheard of.
Right, and it kind of reminds me of the Grand Forks Central team a few years ago with all the Division I players and Caleb Johnson, who's now a goaltender for the University of North Dakota, and his brother Grant, who's now playing hockey at Northern Michigan, and Bjorgi and Howard. Just like the names go on and on. And I would like to check this year's kind of schedule and of games compared to that Grand Forks Central team where Caleb Johnson was just fantastic in the nets for him, and Grant Johnson filled the nets. I mean, there was no beating that hockey team. I know what I'm going to do to fill space at work on Monday. It's go back in the record books and just do some comparison where total points for that team and total points for this Red River team.
Without doubt. Shield's pregame show rolls on. We've got plenty more to talk about. We'll go through the rest of the numbers of this showdown tonight. We'll also have our starting lineups. Dave will have our keys to the game tonight. We'll send it down to the PA voice at the Ralph Engelstad Arena for the official introductions also. And then we're going to face it off. Are you ready, partner, for what should be one fun night here tonight at the Ralph?
Yeah, these are, my West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs aren't playing tonight, unfortunately, but honestly, these have been the 2 best teams all season long, and that's all you can ask for is the 2 best teams at the end of the year, much like we saw last year, battling it out for the state championship.
It will be on the line for 51 minutes tonight. Will an extra session be needed tonight? Boy, that would be something, wouldn't it? We've had it a couple times here in this tournament where 1 goals have separated the winners and losers here in this tournament, including Fargo South-Shanley's opening game of the season. Opening game of the state tournament season, that is, when they beat Century by a score of 3-2. Red River had a little different walk through the park where they beat Jamestown 7-0. Jamestown, not a slouch by any means. They took 5th here in this state hockey tournament. We'll come back to our Shills pregame show. When we do, we'll dive further into the numbers. It's North Dakota High School Hockey in the state championship here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chuppy Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Crustwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Engelstad Arena, home to the University of North Dakota Fighting Hawks, continues to fill up tonight. Again, that Red River student section is loud and proud tonight. They're in all black here, Dave. Intimidating tonight for Red River. They started this tournament off with the chant, "This one's over," before the drop of the puck, even in the first game of the tournament. Will this one be over for Red River tonight on the winning or losing side? We're going to find out in 51 minutes. Nick Hulberg, Dave Wilson on the call tonight here on the PSP Network. Sure appreciate you fans joining us for the state championship of North Dakota High School Hockey. Dave, let's look at some of these numbers here tonight that are presented by our friends at Jersey Mike Subs. Vote for this week's Player of the Week. Brought to you by Jersey Mike Subs. Jersey Mike's is a sub above. Let's start here with the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins. Team that scored 119 goals on the year. That's 4.4 goals per game. Their opposition has scored 35, which is 1.3 goals that they give up per night. But Noel Olszanowski has only given up 0.83 on the season in the 23 games that he's played on the year. It's just an unbelievable number for Olszanowski here this season. He has been fantastic on the year. It's a team that fires 17 shots the way of their opponents per night. They give up 19 shots per game. They've taken 61 penalties. They've drawn 63. They're very disciplined. And they end up with 2 power plays per game. They give up 2 power plays per game. Dave, 3 players with 15 goals or more, 7 players with 15 points or more. Fargo South-Shanley is no slouch. They've got depth as well here. Are there any of those numbers that hop off the paper for you tonight and in this comparison breakdown for Fargo South when we look at them first here tonight?
No, and I think they've had a really really strong season. I mean, this is a team that coming down to the end of the season, a lot of people had them as the EDC champions, and really, if they hadn't gotten upset by a really good Fargo North team that isn't here at the state tournament, they are the EDC champions this year. I mean, they beat Red River twice. They've handled the ED schedule very well, and they're in this position for a reason.
Let's look at the Rough Riders now. 23-2-1 on the season. This is a team that is the real deal, Dave. They come in as a buzzsaw. They've scored 174 goals on the season, an unheard of number. Their opposition has scored 54 total goals on the season. That's 120 on the plus side on the year. You got to like what Red River has been able to do offensively. That's 6.4 goals per game that they score on average. They give up 2 per night on average. They shoot 27 shots the way of the opposing goaltenders tonight. They give up 19 shots per game on average. 94 penalties that they have taken on the season, which is 3 per game. They've drawn 92, which is 3.4 per game. The big number that hops off the paper here for me in this showdown, when you look at these two teams head-to-head, is that Red River's taken 94 penalties on the year. South-Shanley's only taken 61. That could be an X factor here tonight.
Right, and one thing I think that besides the defensive statistics, you're not gonna give up goals if you're not killing penalties. And South-Shanley does do a good job of playing physical hockey, but they're not a team that's going to take a lot of really dumb penalties and put themselves at a disadvantage. And that just goes to show with so few penalties that really with playing a defensive system too, that's really impressive.
Should be a real grudge match here tonight. Let's touch on the X's and O's for a moment as the lights go down in the Ralph and the official introductions are on here tonight. Oh boy, the goosebumps are starting to rise now as the disco lights are about to come on. Just spotlights right now as South-Shanley is introduced in the Blacktown Ralph Engelstad Arena. For me here tonight, when you look at this showdown, it's real interesting the way that Fargo South-Shanley executed that quote-unquote trap last night. Is that what you would call that, to a perfected tee last night?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, it's a 1-2-2 trap. Take away lanes. Try to make teams not carry the puck into your zone with any type of speed. And then really, if they do get it, it's kind of a collapsing system and blocking shots and really chipping the puck out. And I mean, really, what they try to do is they try to get you to dump the puck in, and then they go get it and they kind of chip it back out. And they like to use their speed and create turnovers within the neutral zone and create those transition plays in the 3-on-2, 2-on-1s, and breakaway opportunities. And teams prepare for it. We talk about it before the games, but they just do it so well. And it's just like, guys, we can't force the puck to the middle of the ice. And the one time you do it, they sit on it and take advantage. And their transition is so good. They turn it the other way. They end up getting a goal. You end up taking a penalty. And their power play is extremely good, too, with the likes of a Scarperud, Nessler, and Bourne and Lang. I mean, you've got really good all EDC forwards for them as well.
The Red River Rough Riders on the other side are just such a offensive juggernaut. I keep coming back to that 174 goals on the season. When you put them up against Olsenowski with the .83 goals against average, that right there in its own right is a good matchup. The defensive structure of South that turns into their offensive structure against the buzzsaw of forwards and defense that is Red River, that's a great battle in its own right. Then you look at the rivalry that has developed this season between these two teams that was already built and just developed more now. You say more gas on the fire, if you will. South beat Red River twice on the season in regular season play. Red River, a team that went 23-2-1, on the year. They don't like those losses on that side of the sheet for them. We're going to go down to the PA announcer now for the official introductions tonight. They're brought to you by Hub International Insurance. Here's tonight's starting lineups.
Number 33, Noel Olsenowski. Starting for your Red River Rough Riders in goal is senior number 1, Jake Jenkins. Starting at defense for the South-Shanley is senior number 7, Ben Spanier. Starting at D for your Red River Rough Riders, senior number 12, Mason Stroh. For South-Shanley Bruins, starting at D, number 13, Will Hulberg. For the Red River Rough Riders, starting at D, a senior number 5, Garrett Eichmann. For South-Shanley's, a forward, a senior number 29, John Lang. For Red River, a sophomore forward, number 26, Tyson Ulmer. South-Shanley forward, a junior, number 18, Zach Skarprud. Red River forward, a senior, number 22, Mason Reynolds. For South-Shanley's, a center, a senior, number 19, Zach Boren. And for Red River, centering this line is a senior, number 28, Riley Vetch.
Well, there you have tonight's starting lineups for this showdown of the state championship here tonight. We're going to take our final break on the Shields pregame show. When we come back, we'll salute our country with the singing of our nation's national anthem. Dave will have our keys to the game and the goaltender matchup, and then we'll face it off. It's the Red River Rough Riders looking for state title number 20. Fargo South-Shanley Bruins look for state title number 4. It happens next on the PSP Network.
Water. Boom. Agent Winston Otter. He's been called the human sponge.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched her so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of
God bless our servicemen and women. God bless our veterans. God bless America. It's time for the state title tonight here in Grand Forks at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Nick Hulberg alongside of Mr. Dave Wilson. Dave, time for some keys to this matchup here tonight. Keys to the game brought to you by our good friends at Planet Pizza. Is there a key tonight or a handful of keys for Red River and South-Shanley here tonight?
Yeah, and really, excuse me, really for Red River, it's just, if I'm Tim Skarprud, I talk a lot about let's be us. And what do I mean by that? That means we're going to play with speed, we're going to play a puck possession game, and we're going to play physical. We're going to buzz them. We're going to create turnovers, and we're going to bury our chances when we get them. Another key for them has got to be goaltending, and we talked about it earlier in the pregame, and really they just need Jenkins to make saves. Make the saves that you're supposed to make. Don't be special. Don't get out of the norm. Just play like a senior goaltender. They had a senior goaltender last year who stepped up and played pretty well for him too. And then there's that tradition. They're going to add those banners that hang in Purple Arena and at Eagles Arena. Let's add another year to that. Don't tell me these kids don't know the exact number of years that are on those banners. For South-Shanley, it's all about structure and gaps and not letting that Red River speed take over the game. And when they've played with structure against Red River and frustrated Red River, they've had success with them. When they play within that structure, they're going to get chances, and when they get those chances, they've got to take advantage of what many perceive to be Red River's weaknesses, which is Jenkins in the net. And kind of the last thing I had is, why not us? You're in Grand Forks. You're at Ralph Engelstad Arena. I mean, this is Red River's house. Underneath, the Red River players are getting treatment in the training room. They have the big locker room. Everything's kind of situated here for Red River to kind of skate away with a state championship, and it'd be nothing better for the Bruins to upset them here tonight.
Partner, it is showtime from the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Red Rivers in white, traveling from the right to the left. South-Shanley's in their brown uniforms with yellow, traveling from the left to the right. Nick Hulberg and Dave Wilson. We are underway for the state title game 2023. Puck's handled here by the Riders. Quick shot on goal. Osanowski stop. He had a rebound kicked out front to the save was there. It's pushed up to center ice. Here's the Riders and Eichmann that sends it right back in. They go off for a quick change. We will see that tonight, I'd have to assume.
Absolutely. Fresh legs as much as you can get. 30 to 40 second shifts here. Nothing too long.
Here's a drive that comes in high. Riser missed over on the far side. Out to center. It's taken here by the Red River Rough Riders and dumped in from Espen Schneider. Then it's going to be fired towards the net wide. Here come the South-Shanley Bruins to center. They push out. But guess what? The wall was up again. And Schneider just sends it right back in. On the retrieve here, this is Will Hofer on the far wing, tried to clear it out, held it at the line again. Mason Ray at the point, sent it down. He just missed underneath the net. Wrapped around here by Red River. The puck's going to be freed on the near side wing with some room. Here's Verwest up to center. He skates up over the center ice stripe. He's tattooed there by Luke Beadall. Beadall's got it now. He's going to skate into the zone with it. Beadall makes a move. He's ridden off at the last moment. Suto Trotto, big save. Olsenowski kicked the pillow out. That was the best chance yet for Red River on their second shot of the game. But Noel Olsenowski slammed the door.
And a couple of sloppy changes early for the Bruins. They're not a team that likes to give up rushes like that. They got kind of caught on a long change. Both defensemen changed at the same time, and really in a big game like this, you don't want both your defensemen coming off at the same time, kind of one at a time, and when you get the fresh guy off, have him switch over to the weak side of the ice and have that weak side defenseman come over and get the other guy on. Really kind of a dodge bullet there, and Olsenowski comes up big for him early.
2 minutes in to the state title matchup. Game number 4 between these two teams on the season. How did the last 3 go? Well, 5-4 win for South, 4-3 win for South. Red River, 8-3 win in the EDC championship game. Sidebar, the starting netminder and top goaltender of the state, Olsenowski, did not start that hockey game. South-Shanley pokes it free up to center. On the rush now comes Brian. He's going to walk in over the line. Sent it down through the skates. That one missed here. And it comes into the possession on the near wing where it's set up by Zach Boren. Keep an eye out for him here tonight. Boren's got 41 points on the year. 49 for him last year. Selected as an all-state player. In come the Riders. Taken away by the Bruins. They're going to work back deeper into their own zone. They push it up to center where it's knocked off the glass by Tyson Ulmer. Ulmer moved it into the offensive zone for Red River, but then it's poked free right back to center. Give and go from D to D. It comes here now to Mason Stroh. He sends it into the offensive territory on the near wing where the puck slides underneath the goal line. And on the retrieve now, it's Ulmer that's got it back at the point. Sent it across to the near sideline. Mason Stroh sends it in. Henching Mitt was there, and Olsenowski registers his official second save of the game. They shorted him one here, Dave. Doesn't matter either way. 13:48 to play in the opening period. Scoreless on the BNC Bank scoreboard.
And the one thing I noticed right away from that opportunity going low to high, every Fargo South-Shanley Bruin has their guy, basically stick check in hand there for Red River. And Olsenowski, a shot from there, even with a bit of a screen. He's so good at finding the puck in traffic. So now South-Shanley kind of short things up here get a little bit tighter defensively and kind of ease into this game a little bit.
Puck's underneath the Rider net where it's going to be set up here by Red River. They push back behind, taken away here by the Bruins. Vert West has it in Gretzky's office. He's going to try to soccer it free to the far side. Without a stick now is number 19, Grant Gardner. He had it knocked out of his hands. Referees for today's game, by the way, Tyler Liffrig along with Arden Blair. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in great shape tonight. We're guaranteeing this one will be called clean here tonight with Tyler Liffrig on the ice surface. One of the best in the business in my mind. Linesman for tonight, Cole Jurek with Kyle Stevens. And Kyle, good friend of mine, he does a great job as well. Good crew for the state title game. In with it, the Bruins bring it into the circle on the blocker side. That puck is fanned out, and now it's the Riders that carry back to center. Up to neutral where Beadall's got it. He goes into the offensive zone. Sent down in front for Beadall from Gardner on the far wing to the near. And that one just missed Beadall out in front of his tape, but now it's picked up here by the Bruins, who push back out to center. They carry down. This is Oshak in. First save of the game for the Red River goaltender, Jake Jenkins. He caught that one from inside the circle on the blocker's side, but a high shot that gets him settled in just a bit.
Right, and a good early touch for him, too. I mean, the worst thing in the world is being a goaltender and not getting to touch the puck. I do want to mention, too, Nick, Liffrig officiating with Arden Blair, who reffed a lot of our games this year. Just a fantastic official, and it's nice to see in the biggest showcase game of the season that you've got really good quality officials looking over this game.
Beautiful the way it works inside of North Dakota, where the coaches decide who's going to take part to the biggest matchup of the year. I'm not the only one that thinks that these two are the real deal, or the four on the ice are the real deal here tonight. Obviously the coaches think the same. Here come the Riders from their own end into South territory. Olsenowski thought about playing it on the dump in, then he just covers it up. 12:02 to play in the opening period. Scoreless on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And an early tempo for both teams here tonight. No real feeling out process here tonight, is there? But maybe some jitters that need to be shaken out in the title game.
Right, and honestly, I haven't seen a lot of jitters from Red River, surprise, surprise. But it's been South-Shanley, and really they like to get into that stretch passing game, and really they hit Oshak on one of the plays coming out of their zone when it wasn't an opportunity to chip the puck out when they had full possession. But honestly doing a little bit better than how they started, and like you said, maybe there is for them a little bit of a feeling out process, but they're getting more into their structure, which gives them so much success.
Defensive zone here for Will Hofer. Moved it to his partner. Hofer gets it back. Up to center it comes, right in front of the Rider bench. Taken and worked off the wall here on the near side for Mason Stroh. Stroh gets it back here. He's going to bring it into his own territory. Hounded. Stroh's hit on the play and then swept to the corner by Jake Jenkins as the puck came in on goal. Puck's down in the near side corner. Underneath the goal line, two Riders, one Bruin down in deep. 11:17 to play opening period. Walking out. Here's a drive. That one out of the pillows of Jenkins, but the net comes off its moorings here with 11:14 to play in this opening period. Scoreless on the BNC Bank scoreboard.
Right, and just a situation there. The puck's down low, and I would be remiss if I didn't comment on the goaltenders now that are good at going into the RVH, which is a kind of a hybrid goaltending style, reverse vertical horizontal. Kind of the negative drawback is the net gets knocked off quite a bit in these high school games. It's at least 3 or 4 times a game that the officials are replacing the pegs.
Especially with a goaltender the size of Jenkins. That kid is a giant, standing at least 1.5 feet taller than the crossbar here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Listen to that Riders student section. They are engaged tonight, aren't they? 3-2. The rush in. Here's a drive. Save. That one loose. Bounced off of Jenkins as the Bruins brought it in and fired it in from a high-range spot on the ice surface, but the stop was made. Shots are now 3-3 here in the first period. 10:37 ticks down. Riders bring it back up to center. They dump it in from neutral ice where it comes off of Grant Gardner's tape. Back underneath the net, push free here by the Bruins and Mo. Mo sent it to the far point, but he couldn't clear it. Red River's got possession again. Back up to the line. Stroh just sends it down into the corner, feeding it underneath for Mikey Coleman. EDC Senior Athlete of the Year. 36 points last season as a junior. How do you like going from 36 to 67 for Mikey Coleman? There's a stop in the play with 10:09 to play in the first period.
And really, Coleman was kind of a player that was, you know, maybe a little bit overlooked for Red River, because at the beginning of the season, all the talk was about, you know, Carter Spruill and Beadall and, you know, guys, I mean, you know, the Carson Scarperud and really Mikey Coleman kind of, you know, shot out like a rocket, and before you knew it, it was, boy, he's got more points than Spruill does. I mean, we kind of all had Spruill pegged to be the EDC, you know, player of the year, but to Coleman's credit, he's had a fantastic senior year.
4 top guns in this lineup that made the EDC selections for all EDC from Red River. Only 2 on the other side for Fargo South-Shanley. Amazing to me in doing the research before the game here today, Spruill was the only All-Stater from a championship team last year for Grand Forks Red River that does return. On the other side, an All-State player in Zach Boren. And Olszanowski, surprisingly enough, not selected to the EDC or All-State teams last year. The goaltender from Fargo South-Shanley that sits on the .83 goals against average and the 95% save percentage. Those numbers are also unheard of, folks. He's only got 19 goals that have gotten by him on the season. He's played in 23 games. Those numbers, 19 given up, that would be something like me in 4 or 5 games thrown a year, not 23.
Right, and you know, we had stretches this year where we struggled defensively, where we're playing Roseau and Red River, and that was 3 games for us. And when, you know, he's just had a really good senior season for them. You know, he's really been locked in, laser focused. I saw him walking around down in the hallway before the game, kind of when our 3rd place game was going on, and I mean, I am just so impressed with the laser focus that he has, you know, working with the balls on the wall and just getting his hand-eye. And I mean, it's just, I saw him do it last year too at the West Fargo Sports Arena when he was a bit of an unknown, and it was, you know, who's this new kid on the block after a Zach Sandy, who's now playing for the University of Minnesota Duluth. And you know, he stepped in, and if he wins a state championship, you know, really you can push aside everything that Zach Sandy did for the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins, and this kid might be one of the more successful goaltenders that they've had in their program.
Unbelievable to go from Mr. Hockey Zach Sandy in 2021 to a kid that had better numbers than him after Zach Sandy went on to play for the Minot Minotauros of the North American Hockey League. Puck's underneath the net, behind the Bruins goal. After the media timeout, we're still tied 0-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 9:05 to play in the first. Loose out in front of the Bruin net. Puck is going to be tied up on the doorstep. Dylan Jackson was knocking, looking for goal number 26, but he was shut down by Olszanowski.
Right, and really a fortunate bounce there for the Bruins as Ben Spanier went behind the net to try to outnumber Red River down low, but they were able to get the puck up high, and Dylan Jackson, where Dylan Jackson most of the times can be found at the top of the paint, hacking away. Really kind of a swing and a miss there, and Olszanowski's able to get a glove on it to get a whistle for the Bruins.
44 combined wins on the season between these two teams. Tonight will come to number 45, and somebody will win a state championship here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Puck free out to center ice where it's taken by the Riders. They dump it back in deep. In on the retrieve, here is Kenkel Fritz for the Bruins. Sends it back behind his own net. Now he frees it on the far wall for John Lang. Up to center it comes, but it's the Riders that have possession again, and Stroh just regroups at center. He sends it in. Olszanowski gloves it. He thought about playing it. He'll hang on tight to it. 8:33 to play in the opening period. BNC Bank scoreboard scoreless right now. For both of these teams here tonight, Tim Scarperud in year number 3 and Dean French in year number 7, do you think they're satisfied with the start tonight?
I think so, and I think if you're Dean French, the longer that you're in a scoreless tie, great save for Olsenowski off the face-off there, but the longer that you're in a scoreless tie with this Red River team, the more that they may grip the sticks a little bit, and this team is really coached and conditioned to play in low-scoring hockey games, and they probably talk like, hey, it's going to be 1-0, 2-1. That's the game that it's going to be. Where Tim Scarper is like, we want to start going. We want to start open things up a little bit and get break down that defense of Fargo South where they have to take some chances.
Face off on Olsenowski's glove side. Then the Bruins iced it. Off the last face-off, it was Luke Beadall that almost had his 6th goal of the tournament, but a pad save came instead from Olsenowski. Another play, Gardner in off the draw, and Olsenowski fell on top of it, hanging tight with 8:21 left in the opening period. Scoreless still between the Riders and the Bruins.
Right, and just a great play off the face-off there, and there's Beadall again, and he's only a junior for them. If he sticks around, I expect big things from him next season. As a probably a candidate for the senior athlete of the year.
Sent out front of Olsenowski's net. He makes a stick save. Gardner and Beadall buzzing like a couple sharks in water, smelling blood right now. But it's the Bruins with real estate that push up to center and into the offensive zone with the chance. This is Nessler. Nessler throws it in with the backhand. Just missed there. Puck's picked up by the D-man Schneider. He tried to clear the zone. Schneider's got it back and goes to his partner here, Mason Ray. And Ray throws it up to center. Ray gets it up to center ice where the Riders carry in with Beadall. Beadall dropped it back. Here's a drive coming. High riser blocker save. Taken by Gardner back to the point. Again at the line. Ray handles here. Ray's going to fire in. That one missed on the blocker side. Comes away to the near wing on the left side of the radio dial. It's the Bruins that moving up to center. The Bruins will now play defense because Luke Beadall's back in with it here on the left wing again. He carries down. Pushes on front with a backhand. Comes underneath the net. Out of Gretzky's office, work the Riders. They try to poke it free, taken there. And up to center it comes now for Meyer, who is hounded by 2 Riders. They had plenty of room on the ice surface here. Nice play. Meyer dove down to play the puck. And then from his belly threw it to the other end of the ice surface and an icing charged. That icing is brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. Northern Plains Heating and Air has over 25 years of experience, Dave, as your heating and air experts. They're the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. No other choice for you to seal your heating and air game. The Northern Plains Heating and Air. Find them online, northern-plains.com. Off the draw. Another shot from the Riders. Another blocker save from Olsenowski. Shots have quickly favored Red River here in this hockey game. 10-4 with 6:51 to play here in the opening period of the state title for North Dakota high school hockey. Puck comes back away on the near side wing. Bruins offensive zone. Work to the point where it comes up here for Hofer. Fired, knocked down by the Riders. Peterson's got it. He moves it free up to center where Sproul will carry in. Moved it off ahead here to Dylan Jackson. Jackson couldn't handle it. Comes back up to center ice, and now the Bruins are in with the quick wrist shot. In on goal. Colton Nessler fires, and Jenkins will make save number 5 of the hockey game.
Right, and kind of two different two different philosophies when the teams get into the offensive zone. The Bruins are shoot, get the puck to the net as much as you can. And really, Red River, they're trying to go low to high and make Olsenowski move laterally and make him go, get out of his crease a little bit and move as much as you can, which is going to create gaps in the goal.
Puck's taken here by the Bruins in their own defensive zone. Now it's the Riders that broke it free. Back at the line it comes here to Mason Stroh. He's got it underneath the net, threw it out front. Here's a drive, high riser on the glove side. Save Olsenowski. Opportunity for Reynolds. Comes underneath the net now again for Tyson Ulmer. Ulmer up to the point again, across to the far side. This one whistled in off of Eichmann, taken by the Bruins, and they go out to center here where it's worked off ahead and all the way down into Rider territory where it hasn't been too busy on the right side of the ice surface here tonight in the state title game. That's because Red River's got the puck, and their offensive break-ins to the zone and breakouts over their own end have been impressive early on here in this hockey game tonight. Bruins have real estate back in their own end. Chipped up off the wall. That one away from Trevor Moe. He's going to get it back now. Moe sends it underneath his own net to Kankelfritz. And Kankelfritz comes back away to the near side. Almost a turnover that was deadly there for the Bruins. Taken here by South-Shanley. They send it all the way down. And in after it to the near corner. It's going to come underneath the net where Chase Bry gives chase. Underneath the goal line. Poke free there. Off of Will Hofer. Back up to the point. Oh, couldn't handle it at the blue line. And having to regroup all the way back in his own territory. Camden Myers. And Myers poked it free. Bruins wearing white helmets tonight with their brown outfits with yellow trim. Walk in. They fire on. That was Gus Hulberg that sent it in. Bad save there from the netminder Jenkins. And now the Riders have it at center ice again. Right in front of the penalty box here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena that has the upper bowl closed off tonight, but the lower bowl has a nice crowd here watching the state title game. This place holds around 13,000 people. Nowhere near full here tonight, but it is a lively atmosphere as the hometown Red River Rough Riders trying to win state title number 20. Puck goes up and out of play. We'll have a media timeout on the ice. Dave will take one as well. Scoreless on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 0-0. Just the way we started tonight for the state title matchup here in 2023. We'll come back to the Ralph Engelstad Arena for the remaining 4:27 that remains in the first period.
All right, bring it up. Come on. Someone's got to call a play. All right, let's go. I right, zoom, spider 2, Y banana. You don't like that one? Okay. I right, 40 power? No. You don't want that one either? All right, go kick off. Get out of here. Let's go.
First Western is your independent community bank with all the online conveniences you want and an experienced team you can count on. First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
It's lively in the Ralph tonight. They got the music pumping. These teams are giving one heck of an effort here tonight to the state championship. Alongside of Mr. Dave Wilson, I'm Nick Hulberg. Thanks for joining us here for the call of the 2023 North Dakota State High School Hockey Championship. Red River has had the lion's share of offensive production so far in this game tonight as far as shots are concerned. But South-Shanley right in here in this title fight tonight. Puck's taken by the Bruins as they dump it down, back in behind the net of Jenkins. Oh, took a funny bounce off the glass. Caromed out in front of the net, and then Jenkins had to fall on it with 4:06 to play in our opening period.
Right, and just before that play down in Red River's end, a great play. I think it was Nessler coming back for the Bruins. Kind of a 2-on run created off a bad hop on the wall, and he got the Red River stick Red River forward stick that he would have had a wide open net back door on Olsenowski, and he's able to get the stick, and they're able to get the puck other end and get a face-off in Red River's end. So just the little subtle plays like the stick checks and tracking back and having your guy and blocking shots make all the difference in these games.
Puck's up at the point for the Riders' offensive zone. On the near wing, they send it down into the corner. Red River with red helmets, pants, and gloves on here tonight. The big red machines in their home white uniforms. They carry into the offensive zone, but it's the Bruins that take it back down into the opposite end of the ice surface down to our right towards the goal of Jenkins. It's taken here by the Riders now. They're going to work it back up to center ice. They'll carry off ahead. Tyson Ulmer moved it away here. Comes back into the hands of Riley Vetch. 26 points for him on the year. Comes back away underneath the near side half wall. It's going to be pushed free back up to center. Taken here by Mason Stroh. He dumps it down. Riders go off for a wholesale change, and we're 14 minutes in to the state championship. Puck's turned over here by the Bruins. Riders are back in with it with one of their top units on the ice right now. Back up at the line. Comes here to Ray. Shot, save, rebound on Engelstad. That one rose high away from the goal. Caromed off the glass and all the way back to the point where it was taken there by Schneider, who sent it right back in. On the half wall. Near side wing. Picked up here by the Riders again. Out of the corner comes Gardner. This is Grant Gardner that worked it free. Back up to the line. Poked out of the zone there by the Bruins. Getting a stick on it, Sam Oshak. We're going to have a stop in the play here and an icing on Grand Forks Red River with 2:32 left in our opening period. Still scoreless on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
And really, South-Shanley's missing some opportunities to get their stretch passing game going. Red River coming off a change. Andrew Kankelfrins had the puck behind the net for the Bruins and had Sam Oshak waiting at the far blue line on the weak side of the ice away from the benches. Doesn't see the opportunity right away. The pass comes late, and a Red River forward is able to step right on that play and get a good opportunity on against Olsenowski. So just a little bit quicker on the handle there for South-Shanley. Kind of a get up and go mentality. When Red River's changing, you got to get the puck moving north.
Puck comes down into the Bruin territory at the half wall underneath the net. Working on it here now for the Riders. They're going to set up their offense underneath the goal line. Working it free, Scarperud. Scarperud spins it back down to the corner where he goes to Sproul. Sproul tried to feed it off there to Dylan Jackson, but it's taken here back up at the line. And it comes out of the zone as the Bruins pushed it free. Back in with it. Here come the Riders again. The D-man carries forward Mason Ray. Ray underneath the goal line. He's going to walk out with it. Ray sends it towards the net. That one hit a traffic and skate out in front of Hofer, stick out in front of Hofer. And the puck comes free on the near side wall where it's going to be tucked down into the corner again by the Riders. 90 seconds to play opening period. Nobody on the board yet. Red River's got possession on the near side. Out with it in the circle on the blocker side of Olsenowski it comes, and then it's going to be fired down 180 feet, almost the length of the ice here by the Bruins. Riders are going to send it free up to the neutralized territory. Fargo South-Shanley has to wait to touch up on sides. Gives plenty of real estate here for Luke Beadall to carry in. Beadall hit the brakes, dropped it off Gardner. Gardner's got it up down underneath the goal line now, where it's going to come back to Gardner out front. Beadall has it in front. Oh, the opportunity rolled off his stick. Puck comes back away underneath the goal line. Puck's going to be set free here by the Bruins. We're down to 48 seconds in the opening period. Up to center ice come the Bruins with it. They carry in. Verwest takes it to the far side wing. Top of the circle here for the Riders. Defensive territory. They've got numbers out to center now as it's a 3-on-3 drill into the zone. Skating down. Here's a drive. They scored. What a play that was. And getting credit with his 68th point of the year. The senior athlete of the season for the EDC. It's Mikey Coleman.
Right, and just a play, we talk about breaking down the structure that is Fargo South-Shanley. Just a great soft pass by Beadall off the right wall, just into space, and Coleman's able to collect that puck, get around the South-Shanley defenseman, and put it just underneath the bar to Olsenowski's left with about 30 seconds left in the first period.
Big time goal late in the opening period of play here tonight, Dave. We'll listen in for the official goal call, the assist coming. South's got possession now in the offensive territory. Not for long. Riders take it away. Now the scrum continues on the wall. All right, kids, count them down. We're at 15 seconds to play in the opening period. 1-0 Red River Rough Riders on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Rolling puck comes in on Olsenowski. He'll drop it off to the corner. Let's listen in. Period's over.
Assistant number 19, Grant Gardner, and number 13, Luke Beadall. That's Coleman from Gardner and Beadall.
Coleman from Gardner and Beadall. As that goal comes at the end of the period, 30 seconds remaining. What a first period here in the state title game. Premier Chiropractic intermission comes up in just a moment. But Dave, First period's in the books tonight. Overall, your thoughts on period number one?
I thought there that South-Shanley was about 30 seconds away from getting out of a period where they didn't play that great, but credit to Red River there at the end, moving the puck up the ice, and a bit of a 3-on-3 rush that basically turned into a 2-on-1 down low for them. And they're so good with that short passing game in space, and they're able to get the puck to the net and get a big goal for them. When they get a lead, they're tough to play against, and after the first period, they're up a goal.
What a game it is. Shots are 12-7 Riders. They've got the advantage now. Let's move to our premier chiropractic intermission report. We're going to talk to Dave Benson, head coach of the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs. We're going to talk two-tier hockey in North Dakota. Topic that is hot. Right now, it's been hot for a while, but it's heating up again. Coaches talked about it at their coaches meeting today here at the state tournament. We're going to have the conversation with Dave Benson when we come back to the Ralph Engelstad Arena. 17 minutes are in the books. And right now, it's the defending state champion Red River Rough Riders that lead the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chubby Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Prestwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
I'm a grateful person on a lot of levels. I've been given so many great opportunities. But most of all, even as a little kid, I was taught a set of values. Like tools for life, hard work, responsibility, and the key to making it all work, commitment.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Ackerman Esvold, your neighbors, friends, and family who are working for you. The local team with local availability and accountability for all of your engineering, architecture, environmental, transportation, and land development needs. Your project can rely on Ackerman Esvold. Find them online at ackermanesvold.com. When you start your project, talk with Ackerman Surveying and Associates. Our experienced surveying team guides you in the right direction with planning, platting, and lot and boundary surveys. The trusted name in land surveying, the trusted name in architecture and engineering is Ackerman Surveying and Ackerman Esvold. Find them at ackermanesvold.com.
What you're witnessing actually happens. This is a sad story about bad math.
Bad math?
Does your online company include mounting?
You can't beat the online pricing.
When you add the mounting, the shipping, and all the extras, it's just simple math. We guarantee the lowest prices. Our Plus plan is simply better, a less expensive way to buy tires. Thinking tires? Think Tires Plus.
One period into the state title game. Red River leads Fargo South-Shanley by a score of 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And guess who? Mikey Coleman from Grant Gardner and Luke Beadall with 30 seconds remaining in the opening period. That's point number 68 on the year for Michael Coleman. Not a bad run by any means. Good for him. He's got his Riders up 1-0, trying to track down state title number 20 all time. Welcome into our Premier Chiropractic Intermission Report. Premier Chiropractic focused on improving the health of Minot and the surrounding areas through the most cutting-edge advances in natural health care today. Find them online, premierchiropracticnd.com. Our family's choice for chiropractic care in the Magic City. Well, we've got a special guest here tonight. We're going to talk a topic right now that has the attention of many people in the hockey world again this year. Kind of got hot for a while, then it kind of died off, and it's getting hotter and hotter again now. Talking about a two-tiered system, let's welcome in Dave Benson, 6-year head coach at West Fargo Cheyenne. Coach, good to see you this evening. Congratulations on a third-place finish at the state tournament, first and foremost.
Yeah, no, it was a fun weekend, and the boys finished well. You know, that third place game is always kind of one of those games where it's tough mentally to get up for, and I'm very proud of what the guys did. They played well.
What does it mean to the program to have that third place trophy and know that you got into the TV round? Obviously, didn't go your way last night. Valiant effort, however, against a team that is a buzzsaw. Great work for you, but what does it mean for the program?
You know, it's just one step closer to where we want to get to. We ran into Red River last night, and I thought we had a heck of a first period. In that second period, we just got away from what we were doing, and it was kind of like wrestling with your dad. You know, you bounce him around a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's grown man time, and he puts it to you, and that's kind of what it felt like in the second period of Red River. So, we got away from our game, and they put five on us quick, and it was just tough to rebound from that.
I would just say, don't feel too bad. 174 goals they've scored this season. Isn't that an unbelievable number?
Yeah, no, they're fun to watch, you know, and they put in the work in the off season, and you know, that's what you want to get to. That's what you want to have, and they're hockey players, you know, and you got to have a perfect night if you want to beat those guys.
Let's talk business now, and why I wanted to talk to you. I read your proposal today in regards to North Dakota high school hockey and a two-tiered system inside of the state of North Dakota. And then we had a conversation a little bit earlier on just about a potential three-tier system in North Dakota. First things first, in my mind, here's the problem that we have in the state out west right now. And trying not to rustle any feathers or say anything that I shouldn't hear in this conversation, but I know you're a great guy to talk to on the east side of the state with some of the same ideas and maybe some different ideas that I have. It's time for a two-tiered system for a couple different reasons, and that would be that the parity inside of the West region for North Dakota high school hockey and on the east side of the state from the top-tier teams and the top Red Rivers of the worlds and the Bismarck Legacies out west of the worlds compared to that lower tier, if you will, quote-unquote, inside those regions. It's not competitive anymore, and the games are one lopsided victory away from being an absolute, somebody call the cops because people are upset about how things have gone. And kids are starting to leave at an early age to go to other places to better their hockey careers because they don't feel that they have the strength of schedule inside of North Dakota. Let's start there. Is that a fair statement in your mind, and are you seeing that on the east side of the state as well?
I think not only the competition level, the East was very, very solid this year. At times we had, those 7-8 teams, really fighting for, well, not even 7-8, 7 through 10, fighting through some tough EDC competition, but every year you don't see that, and so. There definitely has to be something done, with just, restructuring. I take a look at this state tournament, and that was one of the things that we talked about at the coaches meeting too. Is that, are we trying to improve the state tournament, or are we trying to improve high school hockey in North Dakota? Are we trying to keep our better players? And I think it's everything. I think we just we have to find a way to, improve every single one of those aspects, to keep kids around. And it's a shame. I mean, I've had kids that have left and gone and played AAA, and you got other kids that fill their spot, but I mean, 20 years ago that wasn't the case, and we were having kids stick around and play for their high schools. And I mean, you take a look at this, and I can tell you right now that there's none of this at a AAA game. And yeah, you get, maybe 50 games, maybe 55 games or whatever, but each one of our games that at least in the East that we played, I mean, for the most part was very competitive. And, I definitely don't see that out West. And, some of the first round EDC games in the tournament, they were a little bit lopsided too. And I just think we need to find a way to, how can we improve? I mean, let's just not just accept just status quo. Let's try to make this the best that we possibly can.
Let's go here for a moment. Worst case scenario, what is it that happens 10 years from now if high school hockey continues to be watered down with guys that are leaving and the top competition continues to leave and tanks off? What ends up happening to high school hockey in your mind? And is that a fair question? And is that a concern of yours at this point?
I think it's always a concern. I mean, there's programs that have wanted to pop up in the state, and as a high school coach, you fear for that. I mean, this is awesome. I mean, we don't have the fans that we've had in the past, but I mean, there's a heck of a student crowd, and there's for both South and Red River, and 10 years from now, I hope we can turn this and make it better. But to be honest, I mean, if something doesn't change, I mean, last year we even tried to get 3 more days of practice and to our season, just because of how many, winter storm cancellations or postponements that we had, and we have to evolve, and I don't know if we are.
One of the things that I had talked about some time ago, I created a presentation that just had all the stats and numbers. I'm a numbers guy, of course, and it just showed the overall wins and losses for a team like Hayes and Beulah against a upper echelon team in the West like Minot, and those two teams combined, and the win-loss and the goals for and goals against was almost maddening. And it was the same thing out east with the Grand Forks Central and a Fargo North at that time, or a Grafton Park River that I had compared those numbers to, and really kind of disturbing when you look at those numbers. From then, I've kind of let it drop just a little bit. But one of the things I had in there was that, is it time to move away from high school sanctioned hockey and go to a USA midget program that is a AA midget level where you can create your schedule and have those opportunities? Is that something that is potentially in the works for North Dakota and the high school age kids, or is that something that we would like to completely avoid? I know the NDHSA would say, what are you doing right now? That's something we want to completely avoid. I would probably have to agree.
I would never want to see that ever. I mean, I love high school hockey. I love what it does for a community, and I love what it does for our students. And I mean, I don't know. That's just something that I would not want to see. But at the same time, if there's not something that's done, then that's a reality. I mean, somebody's just going to take the ball and say, okay, I'm going to play this game over here, instead. So I really hope that that's not something that we run into. But I mean, last year I lost 4 guys to a AAA program, and I mean, right there. I mean, you take a look and add another line on the last night's game. Wow, that changes the tune.
Minot High, same situation out west with I think it's 6 guys from this year's lineup. And now, granted, one of them's at Shattuck St. Mary's. And, there's some other kids that are doing some really good things. But, however, they're still leaving. What is our solution here, Dave? I mean, when you break it down, is it a 2-tiered system? Is it a 1-tiered system that is structured differently? In your mind, what is the solution? How do we better it moving forward? In an ideal world, in your brain, what is the solution right now to this problem?
So I was kind of brainstorming. We had our coaches meeting this morning. I was brainstorming a little bit, how can we keep WDA tournament? I was watching the WDA tournament. I was listening to you guys. Phenomenal, and I was talking to some coaches. Phenomenal crowds, phenomenal atmosphere. So how do we keep the WDA? Because we don't want to lose that. How do we keep the EDC tournament? Because we don't want to do that. How do we appease, coaches in the EDC tournament or in the EDC who are upset that they're not at the state tournament? I mean, you can't appease everybody, but then again, also how can we work together with the smaller communities to try to help them out too? And I've talked to a couple people, and a lot of people are thinking, yeah, maybe that's, I got an idea, and here's my idea. Instead of maybe going 2 tiers, how about let's just make another conference? And instead of, to try to also increase the attendance here at the state tournaments, let's do a Super 12 or a Sweet 12, whatever you want to call it, a 12-team tournament. Okay, and then have a keep the WDA, but then also have a, let's just say, call it whatever conference you want. Call it a North Star Conference, where you have teams like Grafton, Devils Lake, Botno, Hazen Beulah, maybe a Watford City that comes in there, and they play in the North Star Conference. Well, that North Star Conference gets 2 automatic bids into the state tournament. Okay, the WDA keeps their four automatic bids in the for the state tournament, and the East gets 6, and then you restructure accordingly, based upon who beats who and however you want to do it. But I really think that the whole Tier 1, Tier 2, and we've talked to Valley City about this, and North Dakota High School Activity Association, with the numbers and enrollment, that's going to be a very, very difficult thing to do. So let's just forget that, and let's just make another conference.
Is the biggest concern with another conference, would it be a travel schedule that gets larger for some teams, or a travel budget? And where does that weigh into this whole factor of whether or not this would ever be a reality?
Devils Lake goes to Fargo 5 times. Goes to Grand Forks twice, goes wherever. I mean, and I was talking to the Devils Lake coach too, and he was saying, I'm in. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's something worth exploring, and I know I'm going to bring it up to our advisory committee, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But I think it's definitely a worthwhile venture, because we have brought that up. But that proposal that I sent you, that was a 2-year-old proposal, and we've tried, and I think this proposal, this 3-conference proposal, is going to solve and keep a lot of the things that people are questioning.
Yeah, about 90% of our problems.
Yeah, and if y'all are 10% of the problems, let me know, and we'll try to figure it out the best we can. But we gotta try to evolve some way, shape, or form.
The biggest problem that I see right now, and not to pick on Hazen Beulah, there's people in that town that already want to frankly kill me. They don't like me saying they should play junior gold hockey, and I've said that. And the reason I've said that, just as an asterisk for anyone that hasn't heard me say it before, I believe that program grows better in a better direction when they aren't getting outscored on a season 134-58 like they were this year. And oh, by the way, that was against 9 JV teams in the WDA or junior gold programs. Your idea of that 3rd conference and playing teams of lower caliber, if you will, you don't need to call it that, but let's call it what it is, where the teams like a Hazen Beulah or a Devils Lake this year can play, they can compete, they can have gritty games that help them grow and move in a direction where they're competitive. It's going to bring more kids to the ice rink to want to play the game. It's going to bring more people into the stands, because it's not going to be a 14-1 blowout against Bismarck High in Hazen's case. What's the overall temperature from the coaches on that conversation? Was that brought up today at the coaches meeting?
It's positive. It's positive. and not every coach was there, but I'll tell you right now, these coaches, I mean, it's good for kids, and I think sometimes we lose sight of that. I mean, these kids are having right now, these fans are having nothing but good, clean fun. It's about the kids. It's not about, whose ego is better, or, what we want to do here and there, and what town's mad at whatever town. It's about the kids. It's about growing the game, and we got to figure out something to do a better job in North Dakota so kids stop leaving.
I sure appreciate your time. I hope to talk to you more about this. Any way I can help you, let me know. And
sounds good.
I certainly will, Dave. Always fun talking this topic. And I'm praying for a change, man, just because it's, I look at buddies of mine right now. I'm getting to that age where we're having kids now that are starting to grow up, and peewees are turning into bantams, and bantams are turning into high school kids. And last thing I want to see is my godkids and nieces and nephews leaving home because they feel that they can't get what they need on their home ice. So
we can sell out this Ralph. We can, but it's got to change a little bit.
I love it. Thanks a lot for your time.
Appreciate it.
Congrats again on a great season. Let's talk more.
Thanks a lot.
David Benson, head coach of the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs. Some great viewpoints there. Good conversation as always. Fun to talk. Two-tiered hockey. Maybe it's three-tiered. Maybe it's just another division, and you forget the two tiers. That's not a bad idea either. How do you like that? I kind of do. Well, we're going to go right into our second period of play because it's showtime right now as we get set and ready for the second period. 1-0 Red River leading Fargo South-Shanley on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Time for the second. Nick Hulberg, Dave Wilson on the call. We're just here to promote kids because we love this sport, love this game so much, and want to see the student athletes in this great state stay at home and have the opportunities that high school kids should have while still being able to develop their game. Fun conversation, Dave. I know you didn't get a chance to sit in on it, but Dave Benson certainly has some good ideas there, and he's got my ears perked up with that idea of a third conference inside of North Dakota.
Right, and the thing to remember too, and I've been around Coach Benson the past couple years. I managed the rink that his team practices out, and then was brought upon the coaching staff this year. And really, I throw out the term hockey purist, and that's what he is. I mean, he wants what's best for these kids in the state of North Dakota. He's got kids that play youth hockey. He's built the Cheyenne program from the ground up, the countless hours that he puts in to try to make these kids better to hockey players and to promote the sport. It's all for the growth of the game in North Dakota, and I mean I don't know a better way to say it, Nick, but it absolutely irks me when I see kids with all sorts of promise leave early, and then basically it seems like some of these programs take a couple steps back because they don't have the kids that were brought up in the program, and really the programs aren't allowed to grow then.
Puck's handled by Red River here on the near side. We're going to have to do a podcast because we don't have enough time to talk about this here tonight. Ideas are flowing. Here's a drive that comes in from the Bruins. In on the netminder, Jenkins. He makes the save off of the shot that came there coming from Verwest. And Jake Verwest looking for his 24th point of the year. 15:49 to play in the second period. Red River scored with 30 seconds left in our opening frame here tonight, Dave. Red River travels from the left to the right on the radio dial for the second. They're in their white uniforms, red helmets, pants, and gloves. Standard Red River outfits as riders across their chest. And then you've got the Bruins, the cursive writing across Fargo South-Shanley's outfits here tonight. They're in brown with yellow. White helmets for them. If you've ever seen the Wyoming Cowboys outfits for college football, very similar to that. You like that scheme? Are you a brown and yellow fan?
I like the brown and yellow, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big fan of the white helmets. I never really have been. Actually, Cheyenne did have white helmets for a few years and went away from them.
Shot came in on goal. Another opportunity there for Coleman. I like it. Here's a drive that comes in. Save, rebound, kicked out. Oh, what a save, Olsenowski. That puck was headed towards the goal. Olsenowski made a save. He was moving to his right and somehow kicked out the left leg and kept it 1-0.
Right, and just a great athletic play by 33 in goal for the Bruins. Just, does a great job of his short shuffles, tracking his rebound, and then making a spectacular play back to his left, digging his toe pick into the ice and pushing back across. And we talked about he was going to have a pretty good game for South-Shanley to beat Red River in Ralph Engelstad Arena tonight, and he's done his part.
Fry's got it here for the Bruins. He skates it down. Underneath the net it comes. Bouncing puck away to the near side corner at the half wall. Red River leading 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Riders out of their own end. They launch ahead forward. Bouncing puck comes back into Bruin territory. Ben Spanier handles here. Spanier, we haven't heard from him much tonight. Moves it free on the far side wall where it's going to be handled now here by Albert. He moves it off forward. Comes away down to the Riders in their own territory. No, a hard forecheck here. Frees it to Oshak. He had it for just a moment. Now he fires a hit on the near side. He was a part of the Shanley Deacons state championship for high school football this year and a big part of that team. Puck comes back away up to the line where the Riders will hold. They'll send it back in. Underneath the goal on the right side of the radio dial. Red River sends it up, trying to push it free out in front of the net. Play was knocked down there, and we go back to center again. Here where John Lang carries in, fires it in from the top of the circle. Glove save Jenkins. He drops it out of the catching mitt, and here come the Riders back up to center. Up to neutral now. Bouncing puck. Skipped off of the stick of Mason Reynolds. He goes into the corner. Reynolds is going to be tied up in deep on the glove side of Olszanowski. Puck's freed here to Bodenmeyer. He moves it free up the far wall. Zach Scarperud sent it ahead. Here come the Bruins. Nope, the party's interrupted. Garrett Eichmann came back, and with patience and ease, Eichmann sent it free up the wall where Vetch has it now in the offensive zone. 13:22 to play, second period. Here come the Bruins into the offensive territory in a 2-on-4 back in. South goes out for a change, and that frees some room here for the Riders, who have it underneath their own net, but the puck thrown up the wall to the near side. Oshak's got it again. Taken away here on the near wing. Riders take it now from Reynolds up to center. They'll start their motor and send it in. Tyson Ulmer in on the netminder, and Olszanowski makes an easy save. And the puck's handled here by the Bruins. And the Bruins are going to put this one back up into the neutral ice zone. Into the offensive territory. This is Mikey Coleman, the game's goal scorer. He's going to carry down. Coleman's got it at the half wall near wing offensive zone. Coleman going to work with Gardner and Beadall. Puck's going to be freed here by the Bruins. They send to center now from Meyer. Sent in behind the net. Jenkins out of the net to play it. Left it in behind for Mason Ray. Ray's got it back behind his own cage at the goal line. Free to the half wall. Pushed to center. Comes up over the North Dakota stamp right at center ice. It just says North Dakota right at center ice on the checkered center stripe. Puck comes back away now to the Bruins. They're going to fire in here. That one hit traffic, went wide, right back to center. Comes Beadall and company, but the race is onto the wall where Kankelfritz takes it. He launched it ahead forward, and the Bruins at center ice will take it with Meyer here, make that Oshak, who moved it ahead, and Oshak holds it at the line. We're going to have a stop in the play. And an offsides, it's brought to you by Hub International Insurance. Call Hub International Insurance today for all your personal and business insurance needs. It's Hub International at 355-3100. Talk to Michael Mormon or Josh Cattell today. Media timeout, Dave. 1-0 Red River, 11:56 to play here in the second period.
Right, and we went quite a while there without a whistle, and South-Shanley's coaching staff a little upset with their defensemen as far as the gaps that they're leaving Red River. You get a Sproul or a Coleman behind the net, and those guys are just magicians in finding the open ice to get one of their buddies a puck in the slot, and Olszanowski's had to make a couple nice saves here. At the same time, South-Shanley kind of getting a little bit back into more of what they want to do with getting the puck deep and maybe creating some chances here. They're not really a grinded away team when they get the puck deep, but getting possession and moving it low to high and then trying to find goal scorers in their spots in the slot is kind of more their game. But it's been a good, maybe a little bit better of a start to the second period offensively for South-Shanley. They want to shore some things up definitely for sure in their own end.
Shots are 16-11. Riders with the advantage here. Ralph Engelstad Arena, where 8 national championships for NCAA hockey. The banners hang in the rafters here at the Ralph. Dave Wilson, Nick Hulberg high up on top of the press box, second level here. We're about eye level with those things up here, Dave. And by the way, I have to report from Thursday till today in the same exact spot next to North Dakota High School Hockey's.com, Bob Gillen, all week. I'm finally comfortable with the height factor from up here. I'm no longer shaking every time I lean forward to look over to see the blind spot underneath the press box area here, where I have to lean a little bit forward just to see the top of the glass here on the near side. Puck's handled by the Riders. They've got no fears in this game here tonight. They have the puck up at their blue line. They bounce it forward, but up to center. It comes for Gus Albrecht. He brings it ahead forward. Elbert, takes it. He fires it down in deep. And now it's the Bruins with possession. Bruins have it. Here's a drive that came in. Stick save there from Jenkins. Puck's at the near side goal line. Myers has it. He works it up into the circle. Myers sends it wide on the blocker side. Up to the point. Here's a drive that missed from Bodenmeyer. Comes back away on the near wing. Underneath the net it comes. Bruins have it. Up to the center slot up top. This is Boren turning, firing. All came off of a skate. Over on the far side. Now a drive. Look out on the side of the goal. Oshak was there. He went to put a stick on the goaltender's glove, and then two Red River Rough Riders said, hey, my friend, we don't think so, especially not on the last Saturday night of the season.
Right, and that's kind of what we talked about, what South-Shanley wanted to get into. They're playing their F3 or their third forward extremely high in the zone. Right inside the blue line, there's an Alaris Financial advertisement, and that's where they had Boren there. And he gets the puck with all sorts of room, but the puck had to get through a couple different layers of the Red River defense. They were able to get it through there, but not a real dangerous attempt there, with Red River able to get bodies in space to prevent the South-Shanley forwards from getting to the net.
Flipped up to neutral now. Riders have to touch up onside. That puck was skied up for there by Riley Badge. He jumped up and knocked it down. Red River's got some pressure here on the Bruins. They're going to handle now at center. The Riders do. They send it in behind Olsenowski, who's out of the net to play it here off to Trevor Moe. Up off the far side wing. Bounced up to the line. Held in here by the Riders. They go to work on it. Backhander went towards the goal for Stroh, but it was knocked down again from Trevor Moe. Puck's underneath the net now, where it's worked out by Kanko Fritz. He puts it off the wall, freed it up to the line, held and delivered down into the corner from Schneider. And the puck goes back in behind the Bruin goal. 9:32 to play in the second period. Just about halfway through the hockey game tonight. It's the state championship from the Ralph Engelstad Arena, and it's 1-0 in favor of Red River after they scored with 30 seconds remaining in the opening period. 68th point of the year for Mikey Coleman. That's a season high in North Dakota. Gardner's in with it. Top of the circle, tried the toe drag. It was knocked down by Moe. Puck comes down into the corner. In after it here, the Riders have possession with Luke Beadall taken away and poked free up to center. Rolling puck comes down. It was touched by the D-man Kilgore at center, so icing is waved off. Puck sent back out to center. Fired right back in by the Bruins. Ping pong match here now as it comes back underneath the Rider net. Puck's going to be freed here over on the far side underneath the goal. Riders defensive territory. Bruins give chase here, and the puck's going to come free now to Mikey Coleman. Make that Beadall up at center. Beadall trying to bust free. Sends it over. Oh, he had a man streaking. That was Grant Gardner. And Gardner's lethal as well. He's got 46 points on the year. Up to center ice we go down for the Bruins. They're going to walk and fire. That shot came from the top of the circle in from Colton Nessler, and the glove save was made by Jake Jenkins.
And again, I think Red River's done a great job here with really limiting those chances of South-Shanley. You have a 2-on-2 play there. Nessler likes to drive wide. Defenseman Stroh does a great job limiting him to the outside, and we talked about really Jenkins making the saves you're supposed to make, and that's a save that you're supposed to make 10 times out of 10 times in North Dakota high school hockey.
Jenkins last night, media timeout by the way, we're going to keep it here, Dave. 1-0 Red River on top of the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins 1-0. Jenkins last night was shaky at best to start that hockey game. Tonight he seems very settled in.
Right, and I think maybe he got a little bit of the yips out of his system last night, and maybe the nerves maybe play a part. And at the same time too, I've seen a really good consistent defensive effort from Red River tonight in tracking pucks in lanes and getting bodies in lanes, really to take away those opportunities for South-Shanley. And really he hasn't had to be too special tonight, and that's really where they're going to have success in their defensive zone, where he's not going to be one that I think has to step up and make a huge save, but just make the average saves and they'll be okay.
Media timeout comes to a close. That plays a factor here at the Ralph during the TV round coverage here of the state high school hockey tournament. Everybody gets rested. Units come back out for the Riders in their white uniforms and the Bruins in their browns here tonight. Face-off one back to Red River. That's taken away by Carter Spruill, who frees it to the far side. Up to center it wins. Scarperud had it for a moment for the Riders. He lost it. Came back down to Mason Ray. And Ray sends it ahead forward, where it went off of Carson Scarperud again down into the offensive zone. Scarperud from behind the net. Bounces it free back to the near side. Scarperud was a player last year that had a pretty good season, 26 points. He had an injury at the end of the year last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a broken collarbone from his cousin.
Puck comes away to Dylan Jackson. He'll fire all that Olsenowski run into. Look out, we're going to have a crowd gathering here on the blocker side of the netminder. That draws the attention of both uniforms. Dean French doesn't look too impressed after that crash towards the net.
Really, yeah, and just a play where Jackson comes in off the wall and throws it on net there. Spruill went into Olsenowski. Not sure what penalty that they're going to get here on Will Hofer. The officials are getting together talking about it here. I didn't see who skated into the box for Red River. It looked like it was Spruill, though. I did see a bit of a face mask there for Red River. Oh, I get Jackson is in the box. I can see now, but I did see a bit of a face mask there, and I know in the college game that's a 5-minute major. I don't think they have anything other than the roughing penalties on the board, though.
Well, the boys will be boys tonight. And Tyler Liffrig, head official here tonight. Help me out with the other gentleman's name, Dave. I apologize.
Arden Blair.
Arden Blair. They're going to let him play here tonight. I wouldn't say prison rules. We'll keep it well composed, however. Let's listen in to the official penalty call.
2 minutes for roughing. And Red River's number 8, Dylan Jackson, 2 minutes for roughing.
Coincidentals for roughing. Puck's taken here by the Riders. They've got it now. They're going to move it up to center ice here. Into the offensive zone it comes for Garrett Eichmann. Eichmann spins in the corner, moves it down, back up to the point it comes. Credit Fargo South-Shanley. Their little pieces of the game that you mentioned earlier, just the quote-unquote stick-on puck and the way that they close down those lanes with just the stick work and the hand-eye coordination has been impressive here in this state hockey tournament. Puck comes back into Rider territory, but it's the Bruins that have possession back up at center. They dump it back into the zone. Red River sets their breakout now, and they work up to center. It's a chess match tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. With it now, trying to say checkmate is Gardner. He takes it underneath the net. He's ridden off the play by that stick-on puck I'm talking about. Coming there that time from Zach Scarperud for the Bruins. Into the offensive zone, taken down into the corner. In after it, Sam Oshak goes after it, but it's taken here by Beadall. Oshak's going to get it back, and now the scrum down into the corner ensues again. Oshak frees it underneath the net. Now some hitting picking up, and from behind the net here for the Bruins offensive zone, Nessler was in after it. Puck's freed away to the far side where Verwest is there. Verwest trying to free it back to Oshak. Comes up to the line now where the Bruins send it back down for Meyer underneath the net and around to the near side wing. Taken by the Riders. They move it up to center. Good shift here for Fargo South-Shanley.
Yeah, and that just plays right into their system, Nick. And, making Red River try to chip pucks out. And when they have to chip the puck out, that's where South is so good in that transition game going back in on their entries.
Puck comes away now to the Bruins in their own zone. Oshak again with a long shift here. He's just going to hit the brakes and go off for a change now. As Mason Ray coughs it up. Center slot. Here's a drive. Oh, a hard one came in. And the stop was made made. Bry was robbed on the front of the goal mouth there with 5:28 left in the second. Still 1-0 Red River.
And what we just mentioned right there, Red River with a bit of a mistake trying to make a cross-ice pass, and Bry is in the right place at the right time, gets his stick in the lane, prevents the pass from getting out of the zone, and is able to get a high-quality scoring chance on Jenkins, who was there to make the save.
Right now, does one of these teams, obviously Red River's got the advantage at 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard where it really matters, but one team in the second period have an advantage over the other in your mind?
I feel like South-Shanley's starting to turn the game a little bit, and maybe that means Red River's getting out of what they do, what they normally go to, and maybe that's something that Tim Scarperood's talking on the bench now, and getting back to us, and us isn't moving the puck where up the middle of the ice, forcing passes, moving the puck 5-10 foot passes with speed, and getting around the structures more of us. So maybe a good TV timeout here for Red River to say, guys, let's get back to what makes us successful. Let's get the right line on the ice. A defensive zone faceoff. He's able to put his son Carson out here to take the faceoff against Oshak, and just a little bit of a reset, I think, for Red River.
Shots are 9-5 in this period, Dave, favoring Fargo South-Shanley right now in this hockey game. But the overall shots of the contest are 17-15, Red River on top. But to your point, doing the math quickly here, 4-shot advantage here in the second frame. Puck comes out in front of Jenkins. Taken away here by the Riders. But it's the Bruins that have some defensive play in their offensive zone, but now it's Red River with real estate. Away to the near side, Mason Ray. To center, Jackson. Jackson moves it off ahead. Underneath the goal line, it comes down where it's taken here. Soot back door. Oh, that was a good feed coming across from Sproul, but he missed his man Jackson out front. Dylan Jackson's got it back in behind the net. Back again to Sproul. Sproul handles here underneath the net. He's going to survey. Jackson's going to come over to help. Taken away here by the Bruins. They've got it on the near wing. Off of Hofer it comes, but back underneath the goal line it worked. Comes back away down to Sproul. He's going to fire from the wall on the near side, top of the circle. Hit a shin pad there. Dylan Jackson gets it. Puck rides up off the glass, and it comes back away down to the Bruins on the near side. Riders retain possession. Comes away down to Scarperood. Underneath the net now for Dylan Jackson. Going to work. Taken off there by Albert. And Albert's got some room here on his backhand. Spins it to his forehand back towards us. And then he just launches to center. And up at center, there's a scrub and a battle that ensues here where it's Schneider for the Riders that wins it. And he moves it free over to the near side for Ray. And then right back through center comes Jackson. Jackson to Sproul, trying to feed it back up to the point. Jackson on angle, fired it odd. Oh, you had to be sharp on that one, and the stop was made for Bolsanowski. Now the Bruins come in with it center slot. What a play, diving in front of that one. Loose in front of the Rider net. 3 guys on top of the goal paint. Make it 4. Now we're going to have a Donnybrook forming here, Dave. 3:50 to play in the second, and a scrum on top of the Red River goaltender.
Right, and a nice offensive rush there for the South Bruins, and they got F2 driving to the net, and did a really good job of creating chaos in front of Jenkins, and we can see the scrum right here, and honestly it looked like Scarperood might have made that save for Jenkins as he was laying in the crease, and from there it's just to use one of your terms, a Donnybrook inside the blue paint, and Jenkins is able to get a glove on it and keep it a 1-0 hockey game.
6 players plus the goaltender. We're down to the blue paint. And it results in a face-off out of the zone right now. And Dean French wants to talk to Kyle Stevens and company here. Tyler Liffrig, rather. The head referee. Stevens is dropping the puck, but Stevens went over to help his refereeing buddy as Dean French had an earful for Liffrig.
Yeah, and I think he's probably wondering why the face-off ended up being outside of the zone there after Jenkins covered it. I don't know if it was a situation where you had the defenseman get activated into the play or what.
Mason Reynolds is in, trying to feed it out in front. Sent it too far in front of the streaking Tyson Ulmer. Back into the offensive zone for the Bruins. It's Ulmer that takes it away. Now it's going to be picked off. We go the other direction. Scarperud fires. Hit traffic, and it went up and out of play. That was the Scarperud that wears brown. Zach with 30 points on the year for the Bruins sent it off of traffic, and it went up and into the protective mesh.
Right, and a play where Red River trying to force the puck again up into the pressure and a turnover there, but a great job and a great stick by Mason Stroh for the Rough Riders, a senior defenseman. Walking by him in the hallway yesterday, he's a very well put together young man. Big long reach, big physical defenseman, and is able to get a stick on that Scarperud attempt and gets it into the mesh.
They're feeding them something special in Grand Forks, and I think I know what that might be. Grinders all day, I'd have to assume, and red pepper.
All right, they must go with the warmed-up grinders. I don't know, but some big physical defensemen for Red River.
Is that the secret? That must be what it is. Puck underneath the net now. Blocker side of the netminder. On the Riders' end, comes away now, and it's going to be flipped up here back to the line where holding at the blue line. That's Meyer that sends it in. Puck goes back away to the far wing, sent underneath the goal now, in after it here. Colton Nestler's got it wrapping around, comes out front. Here's a drive save. That one goes off of Jenkins. He looked behind him. He made the save anyhow, and the puck goes free into the corner now where the Riders trying to clear their own end. Without a stick there, and soccering it is Mikey Coleman. Now it's going to be picked up here and out to center. We dance with Beadall moving it across to the far side into the catching mitt of Olszanowski. He'll hang on to it. And Red River has weathered the storm just a bit, but look out, Dave. We're going to get some power play time coming here. And Beadall's on his way to the box. I'm not sure what the call will be, but our first power play of the game comes out of Luke Beadall cross-checking call with 2:14 left in a 1-0 second period. The Riders lead, but they're now shorthanded.
Yeah, and really just a play up the wall and an easy save for Olszanowski from about the top of the circles. And I honestly didn't see the penalty, so I don't know if when the kids got together behind the net, he got a little bit extra of a chop in, but it's a South-Shanley power play now.
Serpro brings you the power play here tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena on the final night for high school boys hockey in North Dakota. Serpro 24/7 emergency service with trained technicians. It's Serpro. Sit down in front, tall one-timer and a high riser. Trevor Moe sailed that one up about 2 feet over the head of the giant goaltender Jake Jenkins. That was a howitzer, but he missed.
Right, and it's those are the sexy shots to have on the power play there on the off-wing one-timer, but that's a puck that they have to get on net there and be able to crash. It really just kind of broke the puck out for Red River.
Puck comes back away now. Serpro power play offensive zone for the Bruins. They work down to the corner, back up top at the line, sent across here. Oshak has it, dropped it down back on the near side wing. It's the Bruins from back in behind the net, comes back away up at the line where it's worked across. Once again, one-timer on a tee into the catching mitt. It goes as that one was hammered towards the net. And John Lang with a team-high 20 goals on the season, denied by the glove of the goaltender, Jake Jenkins.
And a really nice job by the Red River defenseman there, letting Jenkins see the puck. Mason Ray and Espen Schneider, underclassmen defensemen for Red River, just keeping things simple, keeping lanes to the net open so their goaltender can see it. And those are the saves that he's supposed to make.
1:15 left in the second. A minute one left on the Serpro power play here for the Fargo South Bruins. Red River leading 1-0 in the state title game on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Up top now for the Bruins. They work it into the circle near side. One-time shot. He shoots and scores. Trevor Moe with an absolute rocket. And Moe's got his 10th of the year. It's a Serpro power play goal. We're tied at 1.
And that play all starts, Nick, with really the respect that they have for Zach Bourne. Two defensemen go over to Bourne and drops the puck to Moe in a spot. And the senior defenseman comes in a left-handed shot and gets it by Jenkins. Maybe one that Jenkins got caught a little bit deep in his net there, one that he might want to have back, but really an undisciplined penalty by Red River. And with a minute left in the second period, we've got a brand new hockey game.
Serpro power play goal coming at 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining here in the second period. We'll listen in for the official goal call. Here it comes. Now that was 1 minute call. We do apologize. Period 2, Fargo South. Here it is. Let's listen in, Dave.
Trevor Moe. With an assist at number 19, Zach Boren. That's Moe from Boren. Bruins goal time 15:57.
Well, a good play there from Bourne to set up Moe, and Moe tacks it home into the back of the net. 15:57, time of the goal. And now we're going to have a face-off coming all the way back at South-Shanley territory here on the glove side of the netminder, Olsenowski. 1-for-1 on the power play here tonight as the ServPro power play. Good for Fargo South-Shanley. Red River scored with 30 seconds left to the first. Call it a minute left to the second here for the Bruins, and this one has been a grudge match tonight. And the shots are now equal at 18-18 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Kids, get ready to count them down. We're at 19 seconds right now here to play in the period. All the way down to 14 seconds. Off on the near side wing, it's going to be flipped up to center. D-man's back here for the Riders. And it's going to be worked away to the near side as Mason Stroh sent it free. Skating backwards in his own territory, fired up to center ice where it comes into the hands of Mikey Coleman. And we are through 2 periods of play on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's 1-1. Boy, this one's got the makings to be a classic here tonight.
Right, Nick, and you could, period number 1 was advantage Red River. I would say South-Shanley did a fantastic job flipping this hockey game over. I mean, they did have the help of a little bit of an undisciplined penalty there by Grand Forks Red River, something huge in these hockey games, not wanting to give the other team those opportunities, but really they stuck to their system there, and towards the end of that period, you saw South-Shanley able to get the shots tied up and, force Jenkins to make a couple nice saves, which he did.
Time for our Premier Chiropractic Intermission Report. We'll come back to the Ralph Engelstad Arena. First, we'll tell you Premier Chiropractic is our family's choice for chiropractic care in the Magic City. PremierChiropracticND.com. Find them online today. 1-1 at the end of 1. We'll break it down when we 1-1 at the end of 2. Excuse me. We'll break it down when we come back to the Ralph right after this.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chuppy Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Prestwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
I'm a grateful person on a lot of levels. I've been given so many great opportunities. But most of all, even as a little kid, I was taught a set of values. Like tools for life, hard work, responsibility, and the key to making it all work, commitment.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Ackerman Esvold, your neighbors, friends, and family who are working for you. The local team with local availability and accountability for all of your engineering, architecture, environmental, transportation, and land development needs. Your project can rely on Ackerman Esvold. Find them online at ackermanesvold.com. When you start your project, talk with Ackerman Surveying and Associates. Our experienced surveying team guides you in the right direction with planning, platting, and lot and boundary surveys. The trusted name in land surveying, the trusted name in architecture and engineering is Ackerman Surveying and Ackerman Esvold. Find them at ackermanesvold.com.
What you're witnessing actually happens. This is a sad story about bad math.
Bad math?
Does your online company include mounting?
You can't beat the online pricing.
When you add the mounting, the shipping, and all the extras, it's just simple math. We guarantee the lowest prices. Our Plus plan is simply better, a less expensive way to buy tires. Thinking tires? Think Tires Plus.
Great smiles come from Vibetta Orthodontics. Vibetta Orthodontics is a certified Invisalign provider. Invisalign fits your budget and your lifestyle. Braces for children, teens, and adults with affordable monthly payments. Schedule your complimentary consultation and exam by logging on to VibettaOrthodontics.com or by calling 701-839-6010.
Great smiles come from Vibetta Orthodontics.
In southwestern and south central North Dakota, on any given day at any given moment, a Dakota Community Bank and Trust customer is logging in or signing on to do their online or mobile banking. We believe that community banking can blend both the past with down-home customer service in-house and the future with modern banking conveniences and technology for our customers anywhere, like here or here, all while honoring our long-standing tradition of community-first oriented banking here at Dakota Community Bank and Trust.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
Finding the right bank can be transformative for your small business. The best bank for your business will offer competitive fees and so much more. At BNC National Bank, our team is proud to offer you a helpful, supportive, above and beyond banking relationship. Starting to stress about the complexities of qualifying for a small business loan? BNC can guide you through the process with much less stress and likely far more success. Speak to one of our team members today.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
It's water. Boom. Agent Winston Otter. He's been called the human sponge.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Two goals scored in the state title game. 36 shots registered on goal. They're split right down the middle tonight. Just like these two teams in the regular season, it was Fargo South-Shanley and Grand Forks Red River that played to 1-goal games in the EDC Championship. Well, it was a Red River gunfire affair that night. However, Olsenowski didn't play in that contest. However, nevertheless, we expected a close one here tonight, and we've got a close one here tonight. That style of play that we talked about from the get-go here tonight, maybe one team dominating a little bit more at times than the other here tonight, but all in all, a really good hockey game. Nick Hulberg alongside of Dave Wilson here from the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Dave, overall, your thoughts on the state title game 2023?
Right, like we talked about, I think the first period we saw was kind of Red River imposed their will a little bit and got South-Shanley chasing a little bit, and really kind of the midpoint of that second period, South-Shanley was able to turn that game a little bit, and we were able to get a power play, off of maybe a bit of an undisciplined penalty by Beadall. Any penalty in the offensive zone isn't a good one, and really that gave them kind of the spark that they needed to get a clean look at Jenkins, who's been really good so far for Red River, and get this game tied up.
He certainly has been good here tonight. Both goaltenders have been impressive on the biggest stage, on the biggest game, the biggest arena in North Dakota here tonight. What does it take to get a goal for either team here in this third period against two hot goalies right now?
I think for Red River, it's what they've had some success with here tonight, is just working that low to high below the goal line. I mean, Sproul and Coleman, they're just bulls behind the net with the puck, and that's where they've had some success. And honestly, it's when we get those grind shifts that Fargo South is going to have really a tough time with them. For South-Shanley, they've just been an opportunistic team, where they're going to create off a rush, they'll create off a power play. You take a bad penalty and they get a power play, and they're going to take that power play and use it to their advantage. So I think it'd be a grind goal for Red River, and for South-Shanley, something off a turnover they created, or even another power play opportunity. But very, very easily could see this game ending 2-1. And honestly, Nick, you hate to say the word overtime, but with the way the goaltenders are playing and how tight the game has been, definitely a possibility.
Can you imagine? We opened the show tonight talking about the longest game in history at the old Ralph, and this one's kind of got some makings of a feeling that way here tonight. 17 minutes is all that's left in this showdown in regulation, as we're tied at 1-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Nick Hulberg, Dave Wilson on the call here tonight from the Ralph Engelstad Arena. We'll get the official numbers coming your way in just a moment. They saluted the 1973 champions here tonight. That was Grand Forks Central. All the way back to 1972-73. Handful of those gentlemen were on the ice here tonight. Central finished their season in 72-73 with a 15-8 record. That happened in between the first period, where they saluted those gentlemen that are all grandparents, aged that old now in 1973. 1998 champions were just saluted as well. And you remember that dynasty of Red River hockey back at that time. My goodness, when you have a Patolny on that lineup and others, Johnson, Ottinger, they were the real deal, weren't they?
Right, and it makes me feel old because now we're getting into the 25-year championships, and boy, I remember being at those games and at the old Ralph, watching, like you said, the Patolnis put on a show. Yeah, just great memories, and it kind of for that team, bittersweet championship. It was Gary Perper's last year coaching for Red River High School, and I coach with a Red River alum, and I have a Red River alum that drives Zam for me at the sports arena in West Fargo, and boy, the stories they have about Gary Perper and what a kind of coach he was, and a coach where it really didn't matter what your last name was, kind of maybe one of the last of the old school type coaches. We always say we can't coach the kids that we can't coach these kids the way we want to coach them anymore, because we might get in trouble with the language that we use. But no, he was no holds barred, and a kid like Grant Patolny, a Division I hockey player who played professional and is now coaching Northern Michigan University in Division I college hockey. Just handle a kid like that. I mean, that pretty special career for Gary Perper.
Go back to 1998. Red River beat Fargo North that night by a score of 4-1 in front of 4,273 fans at the old Ralph Engelstad Arena. Patolny, Johnson, Oninger line, well, they were in peak form, it says here. Trio combined to accumulate 26 points during the 3 games at the state high school hockey tournament. Johnson earned tournament MVP honors with 5 goals and 5 assists, with 2 of the goals coming in the state title game. Patolny finished with 6 goals and 4 assists. Oninger finished the tournament with 6 points. Red River's goalie Chris Decker stopped 12 of 13 shots he faced in the final. That's a pretty night for him. A pretty easy workload against Fargo North that night. Rough Riders finished their season 18-0-1 against North Dakota opponents back in 1998, and that was in the middle of their state title championship run that had some state titles that involved 98 and 97 and 96. Central won at 95. South had won at 94. So that was the first title for Red River since 1990. And then they came out of the gate swinging all the way from 1996, 97, 98. Fargo South won at 99 when they took down Red River in 2 overtimes, 2-1 that night at the old Ralph Engelstad Arena. Kind of has that making of it here tonight, doesn't it? We go back, look at that year right there, 1999, Red River won. I'm sorry, 1990, yes, 99. Fargo South 2, Grand Forks Red River 1. Overtime was needed that night. That's one of 3 titles that the Bruins have won in their existence. The other title came in 1994 with Dean Wilson at the helm. And then they won one in 2006. And when they did that, they celebrated big time, but they haven't celebrated that way since.
And, funny you mentioned it, Nick. We had Dean Wilson, the coach of those Bruin teams, come and talk to our kids this week, before the state tournament, just to, kind of rally the troops a little bit. And he talked about those championships he won and kind of, building his program with Fargo, South-Shanley. And, it kind of made him feel really old because the goaltender for the 1994 Fargo South Bruins was an individual by the name of Matt Berm, and his son was one of my goaltenders this year for West Fargo, Cheyenne Brock, who's going to be a senior for me next year for the Mustangs. Just kind of funny, just kind of what, just how things recycle themselves over the year. And it was a really neat moment when Coach Wilson got to meet Brock, and Brock said, my dad's Matt Berman. Dean got a big smile on his face, and he gave the kid a hug and said, this kid's dad won me the 1994 state championship, which I was there for that one as well. And Matt Berm shut down a pretty good Grand Forks Central. I believe they were the Grand Forks Central Knights then. Might have been the Grand Forks Central Maroon and Gray at that point. I'm not sure. But a team that had Jay Panzer on the team, who had a pretty good Division I career. And, on back-to-back nights, he beat Grand Forks Red River. And after beating Minot, we better throw in there in the first round, beat Grand Forks Red River in the semifinal round, and then beat a really good Grand Forks Central team in the championship game in front of a crowded Ralph Engelstad Arena, earning Most Valuable Player honors for that tournament.
Great memories across the board of state high school hockey. There's going to be some good ones here tonight. We've got 17 minutes left in regulation. 1-1 at the end of one. Goals in this hockey game coming at 30 seconds remaining in the opening period for Red River. The goal was scored by Mikey Coleman. 68th point of the year. He was assisted by Luke Beadall and Grant Gardner. And then Fargo South-Shanley scored at the tail end of the second period. It was a Serve Pro power play goal, and it was scored on a one-timer. Trevor Moe just tattooed it home for his 10th of the year. He was assisted by Zach Morin. Only 2 goals scored in the game, just about a period apart for both of them. One power play in this hockey game, and that power play resulted in a Serve Pro power play goal for the Bruins. Shots are 18-18. Each netminder has stopped 17 tonight. What do you say, partner? One more break. We'll come back for the third.
Sounds good to me.
Take your blood pressure meds, man. It's going to be a fun one when we come back to face off our third period. 1-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The Riders and the Bruins are tied in the state championship.
Where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zoom, zoom?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Finding the right bank can be transformative for your small business. The best bank for your business will offer competitive fees and so much more. At BNC National Bank, our team is proud to offer you a helpful, supportive, above and beyond banking relationship. Starting to stress about the complexities of qualifying for a small business loan? BNC can guide you through the process with much less stress and likely far more success. Speak to one of our team members today.
It's about as tight as it can get. 1-1 with the shots tied at 18 aside. It's been a good old-fashioned hockey game tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena, and it's time to face off the third. Nick Hulberg, Dave Wilson on the call, and we are underway for the final regulation frame tonight in the state championship. The Bruins from the left to the right in their brown uniforms. Riders from the right to the left. We're underway for the third as it's taken here by John Lang. He pushes up to center, and the puck bounces into Rider territory where it's going to be thrown back up into the neutral ice zone by Mason Stroh. Puck comes away on the near side, top of the circle, through the middle of the slot for the Riders' offensive territory. Puck bounces back down behind the net to Volsanowski, and it's going to be taken on the far wing where it goes back up top. Away to Stroh here on the near side. Whistles one in. High riser. That was a rocket. It missed as well. One-on-one drill. Back into the offensive territory here for the Bruins. Big toe drag came there from John Lang, but it got away from him. And now it's the Riders that send it free up to center ice where they start their motor. Big key here in the third period in a 1-1 game. Does anything change, Dave, or is there a key?
Really, just making the simple plays. I mean, you have an opportunity to get the puck deep. You have an opportunity to block a shot. I mean, every play is magnified here in a 1-1 game in the third period. I think it's just making sure that both teams are doing the right things in the offensive and defensive zone, and defensive structure is so important here as well.
The Who's Your Daddy chant is on right now because Mason Stroh absolutely rocked Sam Oshock over on the far wing, right in front of the Buffalo Wild Wings side. I mean, he sent him for a ride. High sticking on the play, not a penalty infraction, just one that takes the play and a face-off to the other end of the ice surface. That was a big boy hit.
And Stroh has really thrown his weight around this tournament. The South-Shanley bench didn't like the hit, maybe thought an interference could have been in play there as the puck had kind of left the area, but I'm fine with them letting that hit go. We talked earlier about, it's nice to see big hits in high school hockey that are done the right way, and I think maybe a good no call there.
Puck comes back away to the Bruins to their own defensive end. They chip it up off the glass. Gardner to beat all back into the zone, but we've got a hand pass that will be charged here. And that stop of the play is brought to you by Hub International Insurance. Contact Michael Borman or Josh Cattell today at 355-3100. Hub International Insurance. We also want to tell you that our friends at Prestwich Orthodontics wish all the teams the best of luck in the state tournaments and tournament time across North Dakota. MineAtBraces.com. It's a win-win when you've got confidence in your smile and your game, Dave. Prestwich Orthodontics. Puck comes back away now to Beadall on the near side. Offensive zone here for the Bruins. Beadall's going to scrum for it. He frees the puck up to the near side wing where Gardner carries up to center to Beadall 3-on-2. Here come the Riders into the zone. Beadall has it. He'll turn and fire. Oh my goodness. What a snipe shot that was. Luke Beadall right to the top shelf.
Right, and just a play there where coming through the neutral zone, South-Shanley had their structure in place, and a puck gets through a leg and it turns into a 3-on-2 opportunity, and as we've seen all tournament long, Beadall just able to put the puck just in a box underneath the crossbar on Olsenowski. Not much that he can do in that situation right there. Big players make big plays in big spots, and really making up for that penalty in the second period that tied this game up.
My goodness, that was an absolute twisted wrister. Luke Beadall's 27th goal of the season. He and Mikey Coleman stay tied for the lead on the Riders for the amount of goals on their production on the year. Let's listen in.
Beadall with an assist to number 11, Michael Coleman, and number 2, Espen Schneider. That's Beadall from Coleman and Schneider. Riders goal time 2:12.
Wow.
Yeah, Nick. And we've seen that all year long from Beadall. Just a coming out party for him. He had a good sophomore year last year. Scored a goal in the state championship game that kind of put the dagger in the Fargo Davies Eagles. But really here, just a big spot. And normally if Olsenowski sees the shot, he's going to make that save. But just right under the bar in a perfect spot for him.
51 points now on the year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is your pick for next year's Mr. Hockey potentially?
Absolutely, and the kids that they have coming back that can skate with him. I mean, it seems like they always just reload with forwards. But if he's back playing high school hockey in the state next year, I don't think there's any doubt that he's your state senior athlete of the year.
My goodness. All EDC selection coming into tonight, 49 points. 2-point title game here tonight. Puck comes back away to the near side, and up to center it comes. Riders have it again. They're going to cross over the neutral ice territory. They're going to dump it down and chase it after it. Do we see Red River play the same style that South-Shanley played last night to secure a win over Davies, where they netted 2 empty net goals and hung on for that 2-goal cushion until they started banging empty netters in?
No, I think Red River will kind of stick with what works with them. They like to keep things in front of them in the offensive zone. If anything now, South-Shanley might have to open up a little bit and maybe start flying a winger earlier in order to create some offense. Or really there's 13 minutes left to try to wait around for a power play or a chance off a mistake, which Red River doesn't make a lot there. Red River definitely in the driver's seat here, with South maybe having to change something here as we get later into the game.
Giant video board here at Ralph Engelstad Arena. Has been fun to look at this tournament with the amount of highlight reel goals and plays and hits that we've seen. That wrist shot from Luke Beadall to take the lead in the state title game might be one of the prettiest goals you're going to see all year from a pure goal scorer standpoint of firing the puck.
Right, and that's a kid there that during the summer and then the off season, you can tell that he just perfects his shot. He scored a big goal against us yesterday that kind of started to break the game open for the Rough Riders. Lifting our defenseman, stick and going in, and to his credit, when that kid gets the puck in a spot, that kid buries it. He's a special attribute to have. You have kids that have chances all year long that are unable to put the puck home in spots like that, and he's just been a consistent goal scorer for them this season.
Some kids shoot it to score it. Other kids just shoot it to shoot it. And obviously, I would hate to see the garage and the driveway at the Beadall house, because that thing's probably got some marks on the garage door, I'd have to guess. Puck comes back away now to Dylan Jackson out to center. Riders push free again, and they're going to try to add to their 1-goal lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. On Engelstad from Sproul. There's a drive that comes in. Olsenowski caught it. Oshak ran into the D-man. Mason Ray up top. They have a little bit of a conversation with 13:25 left in this third. 2-1 Rider.
And a sneaky hard shot there from Ray. The puck was rolling coming up the wall there to the point, and how that puck even got through to Olsenowski, but Olsenowski was there with the glove, and no rebound there. Like you mentioned, Oshak out there trying to block a shot for his team in the third period of the state title game. Exactly what you want to see from your forwards.
Puck's poked free here by the Bruins. They send it up to neutral ice. Taken here by the D-man Ray, and Ray pokes it up to the far side wall, but now it's the Bruins that have possession. Here comes Hofer with it. He's going to move it across the neutral ice zone. Back come the Riders with it on the takeaway. Skarprud walks and fires. Hit the goaltender and up into the protective mesh, and a stop in the play with 13:02 to play in the third. Still 2-1 Grand Forks Red River.
And right now you're seeing South-Shanley maybe panic a little bit here with trying to force some pucks and not making the simple play and getting the puck in deep. And Carson Skarprud steps in a lane there and picks off a puck, a one-on-one opportunity, gets the puck through to Olsenowski, who did a great job using the stick, not letting the puck hit the pads and getting it up into the mesh for a whistle.
Puck's going to be handled by the Riders here on the near side wing. Underneath the net now, they're going to try to push out here. It's going to be sent down in front, nobody home. Red River won the state championship at the Shields Arena last year in Fargo when they defeated Fargo Davies in a grudge match. Puck comes out in front to the Rider net. Here's a drive coming, knocked down, rebound, sent in, they scored. Oh, talk about a twisted wrister. That one sent home, and John Lang's team high 21st of the year registers to make it 2-2.
And I was just about to give all the credit in the world there for Red River as a defensive group. They did a good job collapsing on a shot from Boren. The puck kicks out to the right dot, and Lang gets it. There's two Red River players out there to block it with Stroh, and I don't know if it was Beadall there that was down as well. And that puck just kind of found a spot, and looks like Jenkins might have been caught a little bit deep in the paint there. Gets underneath his glove. Maybe not one you want to give up in that position, but 12 minutes left. Plenty of time here in the third period.
On the 20th shot to the night, the Bruins tie it at 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The plot thickens inside of the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Let's listen in.
John Lane with an assist to number 19, Zach Boren. That's Lane from Boren. Bruins goal time 4:27.
4:27, time of the goal. Back in come the Riders here. On the blocker side, they tried to move it off free, and now it's going to be pushed up to center where it's taken here by Will Hofer. He's going to carry down, spinning away in the near corner. Soon down in front, nobody home. And the puck goes back away where Beadall works on it, but it's taken a dump deeper into the zone here by the Bruins. That was a giant goal right there from John Lang. Ties it at 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And now up to center ice. Here come the Riders again into Bruin territory. Taken here at the point and sent down into the zone by Riley Vench. Up at the line. Bouncer right in front of Olsenowski. Oh, that one just sent wide. 11:17 to play in the third period. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. reaching up for it and dropping it down. Camden Myers had it, delay call coming, and it's going to be on Fargo South-Shanley. An interference call coming here, and the power play comes out for the first time tonight for the Red River Rough Riders.
And really, they're a situation where if you're the South-Shanley Bruins, you needed to get to the TV timeout because they're starting to make some, really mental lapses there with the plays on the wall. Just, get the puck out a little bit loose with their sticks, and it ends up costing them there where instead of getting the puck on the glass and out on the wall, Myers ends up having to take a penalty with taking the man down behind the net.
Serve Pro power play on the ice surface for the next minute 52.
21, Camden Myers, 2 minutes for interference.
Interference call, like you mentioned, Dave, and the puck is going to be handled now by Red River. They go up to center with it. They step in over the blue line, sending it back to the near sideline for Sproul. He'll just send this one down to the corner, but it hit a stick of a D-man there, Trevor Moe, the senior D-man, and it went up into the seats. Souvenir finds a fan from the state championship game.
And really, they're a play where Red River is going to want Sproul to take his time and not force anything. They've got a minute 30 left here on the power play. They've got their seniors out there in a big spot. Really no need to force anything early here. Let something set up and get your goal scorers the puck in the spots.
Up to the far sideline. Here's a drive. Pad save. Rebound shot. Sanowski comes across. Taken away by the Riders. They send it back out in front. And now there's going to be a quick whistle coming here. What was the call on the play here, Dave? Sanowski made the save. Riders fans are livid, it seems, here.
And Sanowski did a great job on a high tip there from Dylan Jackson. I think Sanowski had the puck under his arm. It was picked out there by Scarproot, and Arden Blair was right on the spot there. He loses sight of the puck. Your job as the official is to blow the whistle, and he lost sight of the puck. He blew the whistle. It's one of those plays that if Sanowski's got it under his arm and it's picked out and Red River scores a goal, you're saying my goalie had the puck covered. He can't see the puck. That's the right play for the official to make that call. But two fantastic saves by Sanowski to keep this game 2-2 at about the 10-minute mark.
My goodness. Serpro power play out for another minute 18. Riders with possession. They've got the man advantage as well. They bump it up to the line. Mason Ray sends it back over here to Sproul on the near side. Taken by the Bruins on the near wing. Mo tried to clear it, and now it's taken back by the Riders. Scarperoot handling here, walking down, out in front. Here's a drive, big pad save. Sanowski came way out to shut the gap down, and he kicked the pillow out to keep it tied at 2. Back across for the Riders it comes. That one's taken here and hammered around by Mo, but it won't clear the zone as it's taken there by Ray. Sent down to the near side circle. A move and another coming now from Carson Scarperoot. Back up top. Here's a drive. Sproul sends it in. And the netminder, Sanowski, has been good tonight.
I'm sorry, Nick, but since he gave up that goal on a really nice shot by Beto, Sanowski really locked in, made 2 or 3 really nice saves on this power play. He had a tired group in front of him there getting into the end of this power play and did a good job eating that puck up and not letting Red River get the lead back.
Nothing to apologize for, my friend. I need a breath once in a while here, especially in a state title matchup like this one. Tied at 2 with 9.5 to play. Riders have possession. Gardner at the blue line, drops it down into the circle, far side, sent in front. Gardner gets it back, fired it across. That one hit the side of the cage, and now back up at the line. It's going to be handled here. Gardner sends it across back at the blue line. Dropped it back over here to Beadall. He surveys. Beadall goes up top to the point, and it's taken here by Garrett Eichmann. He poked it free. Eichmann's got it back and trying to clear the zone for the Bruins. In doing so, it's Zach Boren who tossed it out as he knocked it away with the glove. Riders have possession. Both teams are at full strength now as it's going to be handled off the far side wall and up to center ice. Here come the Bruins. This one's going to be sent down. Big bounce off the kick plate back in behind the goaltender there, Jenkins. But it's free to the Riders. They've got real estate up the near side wing. Turned ahead by Riley Vench off to Beadall. Beadall with a goal in this game and an assist. Dropped it back here. Comes away down to Sproul, who's got it. He goes down to the end line. Sproul's going to walk around. Fires, hit iron. Comes back away on the far side wing. Taken here by the Bruins on the far side wall. They're going to come back to neutral. Cross over the checkered red stripe and then send it in as it bounced in on the goaltender off of Landon Meyer from neutral. Taken here at center ice. Bruins have it back. Intercepted by the Riders. Scarperud carries down. This is Carson Scarperud here for Red River. Looking for point number 46 here tonight. Here's a drive that came in. Dylan Jackson sent it at the net. The stop was made. Puck's underneath the net now where Spruill's got it again. Comes away to the near side wing. All the way back up to the center ice area where it's going to be handled here now by Carson Scarperud. Dylan Jackson drops it off, comes back away in between the top of the circle and the blue line. Over now on the wall here for Scarperud. He just tosses it around the end boards and it comes back away at the half wall. There's the Riders fans. They're awake again here with 7:35 to play in the third. And the puck's going to be sent all the way back into the corner on the glove side of Olszanowski where the Riders hold the zone. They've got some pressure here, Dave, with 7:24 to play here in the third, tied at 2.
Right, and they're starting to string some shifts together. So, you talk about that TV timeout being, kind of a big deal. And, the Bruins kind of surviving here and, a big out right there and getting the puck deep so they can get a fresh unit out there. But like we mentioned, maybe not a bad idea to get the troops together here off a TV timeout and really collect themselves.
Puck's taken now here by the Bruins. Back in their own territory and starting the motor is Verwest. Goes up to center. He lost it. Now it's Beadall that carried ahead. Taken back there by the Bruins. They're going to ice this one all the way down. They needed it there as Ben Spanier sent that one the length of the ice from neutral. And a stop of the play on the icing call that's brought to you by our friends at the UPS store. The UPS store located on South Broadway in the Magic City. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS store. We also want to thank Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers Moving and Storage with locations in Minot, Bismarck, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Jobbers can help you with your moving and storage needs. And we would also like to thank our friends at Northern Plains Heating and Air. Northern Plains Heating and Air. It's over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts. Factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. No other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air.
Well, Nick, we're under 7 minutes to go here in the third period, and really a great opportunity here for South-Shanley to kind of take a deep breath and get their top kids back on the ice. With Red River having the last change, it's really not too much of a hard decision here for what line Coach French is going to want to put on the ice here on this face-off to Olszanowski's right. But really, Red River, since that power play has tipped the ice here, and a good time for Dean French to say, guys, it's a 2-2 hockey game. Let's make the right plays here. It starts with winning a defensive zone draw, get the puck up high off the glass, and let's push out and get back to what we do well.
What a special night tonight inside of North Dakota. A state champion will be crowned here tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. You look at these two teams and their histories, the pedigrees that they bring into the showdown here tonight. 55 state tournament appearances for Red River. They've won it 19 times. Fargo South-Shanley's been here 36 times as Fargo South. They've been here 7 more times as South-Shanley. 5 straight appearances for Fargo South-Shanley, and you got to go back in some time to find the last time Red River didn't make a state tournament. Puck comes back away here to the near wing. They poke out to center. Beadall carries right back in, and down to the corner it comes. Sent down in front for Beadall. He couldn't get a handle on it. Just over his tape, and now it's going to be freed here again to Verwest, and Verwest will start the motor up to center. Verwest here for the Bruins, carries in, he's tattooed there, and the big man on the blue line, Mason Stroh, continues to be impressive with his body game. Puck's taking a dump back down in behind the goaltender, Olszanowski. 5:50 to play here in the third period. Up top it comes, walking and firing for the Riders. That was Reynolds. Puck's going to be taken here by the Bruins back to center. Touched at neutral ice by Oshak. It comes all the way down in behind the netminder, Jake Jenkins. Shots are 27-20 Riders here in this contest. Feels like the heat has risen here inside the Ralph tonight. I had my winter jacket on last night, not tonight, man. I'm about to take this 3/4 zip off in here. Maybe it's just the intensity brewing inside the state title matchup. Puck comes back away, top of the circle. Here's a drive, knocked down. Puck comes free down to the Riders, and they start the motor back up to center where they go across neutral ice. Into offensive territory now. Reynolds sends it in. Olsenowski makes the save, and he's going to hang on to it with 5:02 to play in a 2-2 third period.
And again, finally, Fargo South is able to, break out of their own end a little bit, and a great job by Red River, sensing kind of the urgency of the moment, not letting the puck get to their goaltender, laying out, blocking shots, and keeping sticks in lanes. South-Shanley's been stuck on 20 shots for quite a while here. I can't even remember the last time Jenkins made a save. I think the last shot that South-Shanley had ended up in the net.
It's been a while. Shots at the end of 2 here tonight were 18-18, if I'm not mistaken. That means it's a 10-2 shot advantage here in this third. And Fargo South has scored in the third period, Dave, at the 4:20 mark, and it was a goal that was scored by number 29, John Lang, his 21st of the year, assisted by Boren, who's got 2 assists here tonight. Here's the game reset. 30 seconds remaining in the first. It was a goal scored by Mikey Coleman. Team high 27th of the season for him. Assisting on the goal was number 19, Grant Gardner, and number 13, Luke Beadall. That line right there is dynamic. They are real good. Fargo South scored in the final minute and a half of the second period. The goal was scored by Trevor Moe on a one-time clapper on the power play. It was Boren that set him up. He tied it. Then Red River took the lead at the 2:10 mark of the third period. It was Beadle on just a snipe shot. He was assisted by Mikey Coleman and also Espen Schneider. And then the goal from Fargo South-Shanley at 4:20 that was scored by John Lang, assisted on the play by Boren, tied it up, and that's where we stand with 5 on the dot to play in the third here tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Offensive zone down for the Bruins. They carry in. Here's a drive that comes in. Jenkins will hang on to it. There was a hit after the goaltender made the play away from the puck. And down on the ice, Colton Nessler, he went down hard. Was that Nessler or was that Verwest? Either way, he's got the shoulder. Without the stick, he's in quite a bit of pain here, Dave.
Yeah, and it looked like Spruill may have hit him behind the net a little bit after the play is over there. Nessler comes up holding his shoulder. The trainer's in to give him a look. Spruill did kind of skate near him to say, maybe check and see, if he's trying to draw a call there. But Nessler is in all sorts of pain on the bench right now, and that would be a big loss for Fargo South-Shanley.
Yeah, they're working on him still here. That shoulder might be out, Dave. Unfortunately, that does not feel good. Puck's back in behind the net. Oh, it comes right out in front. Jenkins hangs on to it. And some pressure here from the Bruins with 4:38 to play in the third. And just like it's on cue, Metallica, not this time. It's Motley Crue, my friend. Gotta love that, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And still working on Nessler. And like you said, could be I hate to venture because I don't have any type of medical degree, but you see a lot of dislocated shoulders and you see a lot of AC joint, and that is just we had kids that hurt that this year, and they just come back to the bench in tears, and just you feel so bad for these kids. I'm lucky to never have that happen.
Without a doubt. Reynolds carries in here for the Riders, taken now by the Bruins. They're going to go back to center with it. And this is a 3-on-3 drill into the zone here for the Bruins. Drop back here on the near side half wall offensive zone. Bruins have it down and deep. They work it away here down to Lang. He'll fire that one, missed on the glove side. Comes away to the far side wing where it's going to be sent down into the zone, but the Riders are going to carry to center. 3-on-3 game turns into a 1-on-4 all of a sudden as the Riders peel off for a change. Becomes wholesale on both sides, and the puck's going to be freed back to center. That one up past the stick of Jackson. No icing on the play, and underneath the net it comes down for Oshak. Here's Oshak working it away to the near side. Back up to the line. Hard wrist shot fired in. That time from Kankelfritz. Riders bring it up with Dylan Jackson. And Scarproot again. Comes away down to Spruill. Jackson's got it down in front. Puck comes back away here to the near side wing. Hitting the brakes now for the Bruins. It's going to be pushed up to center. But at center ice, taken there by Espen Schneider. Off to Dylan Jackson, and Jackson sends it down into the zone. Wraparound out in front. Here's a save. Rebound. Shot again. Side of the net. Toll. What a save from Olsenowski as Sproul was robbed on the doorstep. 3 on the dot to play in the third period. Teams exchange chances, and Olsenowski has been stellar. That was his 29th save of the game.
And really a play where he was kind of loose playing the puck, and the kid is a really good stick handler for being a goaltender, and kind of loose playing the puck near his net. The puck gets on the stick of Sproul, and Sproul's able to create a chance out front for him. And to Olsenowski's credit, he didn't keep digging. He made a really nice save in front on Sproul. It looks like Scarproot or Jackson was the one to get the puck behind the net, and it was Sproul out front, and really a scramble save there to his left for Olsenowski to keep this game 2-2, under 3 minutes left here in the third period.
2:41 left in the third. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 2 of the usual suspects that we expected tonight on the score sheet for the Riders. Usual suspect on the other side for the Bruins. Zach Boren's got 2 points tonight. He's up to 43 for Fargo South-Shanley. Coleman's up to 69 points with a 2-point game here tonight. And Luke Beadle on the season is now up to 51 with his 2-point night tonight as well. Riders back in with it. Sent out in front of Olsenowski. Whatever happens here, there's some players on this ice that deserve some credit for the efforts that they have put in to get to this point as high school athletes. There is some hockey that is played here on the east side of the state in these 2 cities by some of the best players that the state of North Dakota has seen.
Yeah, and really a credit to the kids. A great performance by both teams. When the lights come on and you get out there and skate onto the ice in an environment like this, how you can't grip the stick a little bit tight and how you can perform like these kids have performed has been pretty special.
Olsenowski certainly registering himself as a candidate to be a next level player. There's no question about that. Those numbers alone and his performance here in the state tournament, including tonight's title game, would qualify him in any book in my mind as somebody that's got a job at least to the North American League coming up. There's a shot that comes in. He's got another stop, Dave. That's number 30 on the night.
Right, and right there, a great net front present by the sophomore Tyson Almer. Dad a Division I hockey player for North Dakota. A great screen by him, and once again we say, how in the world did Olsenowski find the puck through that screen? And just a great play by him, to make sure we didn't have a rebound and get his team a whistle.
Under 2 to play in the third period. We're tied at 2-2. Out of the corner it comes for the Riders. Taken away by the Bruins. They're going to go up to center with it. Launched off ahead, and the puck is going to be taken now up at the neutralized territory as the scrum is on. It's poked free off the wall. Bruins get it back from center. They dump down. John Lang sent it in. They go off for a change, and now it's the Riders that move it free over to the far side. A scrum continues there, but it's the Riders that have Eichmann now, who sends it back over here to Stroh, and Mason Stroh sends it ahead. Off of Gardner, down it comes. Is it an icing? It is, with 1:13 left in regulation. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
And Nick, I don't see Nessler on the bench anymore for the South-Shanley Bruins. So kind of unfortunate for them. A bit of a next man up mentality though. Under 2 minutes to play here in the state tournament third period.
Face off of the glove side of the netminder, Jake Jenkins, who's given up 2 on 20 shots here tonight. He has been good as well in the state title game. The Let's Go Riders chant is on right now. 1 minute, 5 seconds to play in regulation. Puck comes free into the offensive zone. Oh, Gardner sent it out towards the net, but he missed wide. Puck's in the offensive zone now for Beadle, and Gardner underneath the net. They cycle it down in deep. Puck's tied up here, now freed with some space away with Kankelfritz. He's going to launch this one up to center. Roller comes all the way down to the end line. Will it be an icing? It will. And the South-Shanley fans thought that D-man probably could have got there as Espen Schneider looks up at the video board. He's smiling. as he draws the icing call.
And these defensemen, we talk a lot about it as coaches, is they are so good now at taking just the worst possible angle to a puck that's iced and transitioning away from it. And Schneider there did a good job there of making that puck seem like it was an icing. And it's tough down there to be a linesman. With the kids and the different angles of them skating back. A good spot here for Dean French to take his time out to get the right bodies on the ice with 43 seconds left here in the third period. Just talking over with the team, what's going to happen here if we win the draw? What do we want to do? What do we want to do if we lose the draw here? We're going to get our right draw guy out there. The draw is going to be to Olsenowski's left. So whatever center we have that normally takes those draws is likely going to be out there. And for Red River, they're drawing something up on the whiteboard right now saying this is what we want to do when we win it, and they expect to win face-off. So a really anxious 43 seconds here, plenty of time left for either team really to make something happen.
43.5 seconds left here in this third period. Dean French calls his timeout. Buckle up tight. This has been a showdown that's been worth the price of admission tonight. 1-0 at the end of one, Red River. 1-1 at the end of two. Red River scored first here in the third. Fargo South scored second here in this third period. Listen to this Ralph Engelstad Arena come to volume now as we've got ourselves an energy in here that we haven't heard yet this weekend. Riders have possession. Off the draw, they take it down offensive zone. Blocker side of Olsenowski. Puck comes back away here on the near side wing. Comes all the way up to the bench where Stroh's got it. Backhands it forward. That one's pushed free up to center. 26 seconds left in the third. Puck comes back away now. Bruins are going to carry to center. All right, kids, get ready to cut them down. We're at 20 seconds. Drive comes in. Wide of Jenkins, taken up off the wall. This one comes all the way down here. And an icing with 12.8 left in the third period as the Riders ice the puck to the other end. And if you're Tim Scarperud, do you take the same opportunity here or do you save it for overtime?
Really, he's kind of got the guys that he wants on the ice now. He kind of switched his lines around here a little bit, putting Vetch with Reynolds and Spruill, which is a senior line that we haven't seen from Red River to this point. They've been fine rolling their two lines to this point, or their three lines to this point.
Shot came in on the netminder, and Jenkins went down and he gloved the shot that came from the high circle there from Jake Verwest. Face off on the blocker side. 7.4 seconds remaining in regulation. It's 2-2. Riders defensive zone and off the draw. The puck squirts down to the corner. Laying in after it. They need to hurry. 2 seconds. Now Juan Cinto in front. Knocked down there, and Stroh, the D-man, shut the door, and we are headed to sudden death overtime in the state championship here tonight in Grand Forks at the Ralph Engelstad Arena.
And really, hats off to Riley Vetch there, the senior forward, number 28 for the Rough Riders. 2 big defensive zone draws that he was able to handle there for the Rough Riders. You don't talk enough about the importance of winning those face-offs in key moments, and Red River's just used to winning those face-offs, and a really nice little stretch there for the senior Vetch to get this game to overtime.
2 minutes, 27 seconds away from the start of the overtime session. Dave, let's break away. We'll reset the cockpit. We'll come back for overtime. It's been a doozy tonight. State title on the line. Red River and Fargo South-Shanley tied at 2 at the end of 51 minutes. How many overtimes and how many minutes will be needed tonight? We're going to find out when we come back. State title matchup on the PSP Network, proudly brought to you by these sponsors. You'll see in the commercial coming up in just a moment. We ask you please patronize these places. We'd gladly appreciate it.
Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chuppy Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Prestwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
I just received a text from my mom, and I think she says it best. So glad that I'm not a goalie mom anymore. Can you imagine? It's time for sudden death overtime in the state title game. Red River looking for state championship number 20. Fargo South-Shanley looking for title number 4. Red River looks to go back-to-back. The Bruins looking for their first state championship since 2006. The Bruins from the right to the left, Riders from the left to right. We're underway for overtime, and off the opening draw, in with a quick shot. Sam Oshak fired in, and a glove save coming from Jake Jenkins.
Yeah, and no shot here is a bad shot. Oshak, a low percentage opportunity, but if that puck hits something or rolls over Jenkins' stick and goes into the net, it doesn't matter how it got in, just as long as you got it in.
Puck comes up to the near sideline. Bruins fired it towards the net. Lead pass up. That one got in front of the streaking Mason Reynolds. Olsenowski out of the net to play it on the near side. Transitioning up are the Bruins. This is John Lang. He'll fire it in. Went off the stick of the netminder Jenkins, and it goes high up into the protective mesh. 27 seconds in, and the Bruins have had the first 2 chances.
And really, South-Shanley dodged a bullet off those chances, off the draw. Mason Reynolds saw his defenseman had full possession, so as a good wing will do, he flew the zone, and the puck just barely eluded his stick there, went in on Olsenowski, who was able to play the puck back and create another chance for his team. So really a game of inches. Reynolds, a senior, almost had the puck on his stick with a breakaway in overtime to win the state championship.
To take something like that or a goofy one here, either way.
If Olsenowski sees it, he's pretty locked in right now. I think it's going to take something special. But the way some of these Red River kids shoot the puck, really, I mean, it could easily happen either way.
Puck was fired up, hit a Fargo South Bruins stick, and it went up into the protective mesh. 7:08 to play in overtime. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Dave Wilson and Nick Hulberg. Well, the adrenaline here tonight for 40 young men on a day that they will remember for the rest of their lives, either as the best memory or one of the worst, I would have to assume here. Puck's handled by the Riders underneath the net. Sent down front, beat all robbed on the doorstep. Puck comes back away now to Mason Ray. Up at the point, he stick handles, comes across the blue line. He's going to walk with it. He takes it down, fires it across. Nobody home for the Riders. And we go to center now where it's Kenkel Fritz who moves it off ahead. And it's Verwest that will take it. He sends it off. Verwest back underneath the net. And it's going to be taken here by the Riders with Schneider, who had real estate, threw it up to neutral. Comes into the hands now of Mikey Coleman. And Coleman carries into offensive territory. Big hit on the near side wall. Coleman was hit there by Spanier. 3-on-2 Bruins. They're in with it. Here's a drive and a blocker save off the opportunity that came there again for John Legg. Back at the far side point. Bruins pinch back here. Is that puck late at the blue line? Riders are in the offensive zone now. They fire it on. That one just missed. Comes away to the near side wing. And the puck will be handed back in behind the net off to the D-man, Will Hofer. Hofer comes here on the near side, shuffles it back up, comes to Luke Beadall out in front of the net. It's going to be handled here by the Riders. They have it on the near side half wall. 5:53 in the overtime. Walking out. Opportunity out front. Unable to pull the trigger there was Hulberg. Puck comes back away now into the possession of the Bruins. They fire it out to center. And Stroh goes back to recover with 5:40 to play in OT. Sudden death, of course, here tonight at the Ralph. Think about the great games that this venue has seen since its time that it was built in the early 2000s. Tonight has been a good hockey game. 32-26, the shots on goal. Riders trying to go back-to-back as state champions for their 20th ever crowd. Puck is taken out of the zone there by the Bruins. They send it all the way down. Oshak back in behind the net. Oshak went down awkwardly. He's on the ice still, Dave. That doesn't look good for Oshak.
Yeah, just a play with Stroh. But sorry to cut you off, Nick. Right behind the net, and you run into a big body there like Stroh, and unfortunately for Oshak, went in feet first to the boards. Didn't look like a penalty there. Just a dangerous area to get hit, and you're going against a big body like Stroh. You're going to end up losing your feet 9 times out of 10.
Oshak skated off on his own power. I think he's going to be all right. I would hope so. Hate to see that, any of that lower body stuff or it doesn't matter, but the lower body stuff or the head stuff really is the ones that make you kind of cringe up, especially feet first into the wall. Here we go back the other direction now for the Riders, and the shot comes in. Sproul sent it at the net, and the stop was made with the waffle board. Here's another drive. A save. Olsenowski sent right back out in front. Here's a firing shot. That one came off the tape there, Skarperud, and now it's drifted down into the corner. Went off the dasher, rolled into the near side wing, taken high up off the glass, and this will go up and out of play. A Souvenir finds a fan with 4:30 left in the extra session.
And a good sign for South-Shanley. We see Colton Nessler is back on the ice for them, right there, helping his team out low defensively. Things kind of went awry for the Bruins there, and all 5 bodies were below the dots there, trying to protect home and protect Olsenowski.
Puck comes away to the near side wing for the Bruins. They're going to push up to center. They carry into the offensive zone. Fargo South went through Bismarck Century, who won the consolation bracket. Puck comes back away now. Davies took 4th today. They lost to West Fargo Cheyenne. South beat them last night 4-0. Red River got here with a 7-0 win over Jamestown, and then a win over West Fargo Cheyenne last night. Here's a drive that was knocked down. Puck comes back underneath the net. Bruins have possession. They work it back to the far point. Offensive zone for the Riders. Bruins can't clear it out. The puck comes back away to the near side wing. Racing in after it from the blue line. Garrett Eichman freed it. And now it's going to be poked up here by the Bruins. Is it held in? Yes, Coleman has it. Fires it down. Beat all the first one in after it in the near corner. It cycled around, sent in front from Gardner. Nice play diving in front of that one was Hofer. Kneeling in front of it, I should say, as the puck's going to come up to the blue line. And now it's taken by Spanier, who skates out of the zone, make that Hofer instead. He moved it off, but Beadall carries back in. Beadall trying to move it off here. Puck comes back up to center on a foot race. We go the other direction now for Bry. He peels off of the corners. He was stick checked by the big D-man there, Eichman, and Eichman's got it on the wall near side wing D zone from the left to the right for the Riders, back up to neutral where it sits at center, and it's fired in. Pad save there. That one came down off the shot from Camden Myers. Under 3 to play here in overtime number 1, and the Riders will ice it with 2:48 left here in the overtime session. South has called their timeout. Tim Skarperud still has his to burn.
Right, and really, I'd say at this point, advantage Red River for most of this overtime. South-Shanley's defenseman, Hofer, got caught in an extremely long shift, and to his credit, basically just willed the puck out for his team. He ended up getting caught out for about 2 minutes in the third period of his third game in 3 days in overtime against a team like Red River, but like I said, he battled through it and got the puck deep for the Bruins and was able to get off the ice.
Riders back in out front, backhander in front of Olsenowski, denied there. Nice play coming from Camden Myers. He shut the door on the attempt that was in deep coming from Carson Skarperud. Scarperud threads it back into the zone here for Carter Sproul. Here's a drive. Oh, Dylan Jackson hit the goal post. Rebound came off to the near side wall after Dylan Jackson hit the post clean on the glove side, and then it was sent up and on a play. Dave, you don't get many chances like that in overtime.
And what better kid to have in that spot? Well, there's about 4 or 5 of them for Red River. You don't mind with having it in that spot, but Dylan Jackson beats Olsenowski clean coming up the right wing to his glove, and luckily for South-Shanley, we're still playing hockey here in the overtime.
Dylan Jackson has 25 goals on the season. He hit the goalpost. That would have been number 26, and it would have given Red River back-to-back state championships. Puck's taken here by the Bruins. They're going to dump it down with Nessler. Around to the near side wing, top of the circle, offensive zone. Here for the South Bruins, but it's the Riders with possession. Under 2 to play here in overtime. We're deadlocked at 2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. This one has been a real treat tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. We've got an icing on the play and a face-off coming on the blocker side of the netminder. Joel Olsenowski, who has been good here tonight, and good on the season would be an understatement. This kid's numbers, a .83 goals against average and a .955 save percentage. It's only been scored on 21 times now this season, and he's played in 24 games, folks. Unreal numbers. Puck's taken here by the Bruins. They fire it down and an icing here. 1:25 to play in OT. If you're Tim Scarperud, when do you use the timeout in this session?
If I was him, Nick, I would kind of keep rolling the way that they are, because any timeout here is really only going to help South-Shanley with it, as much as he's been rolling 3 lines in this hockey game with Red River. I honestly, with South-Shanley having to ice the puck a couple times here, if I'm him, I kind of keep the momentum going and really not give South-Shanley a chance to catch their breath.
Puck comes up to center ice right on the North Dakota stamp at the Ralph. Taken here back into the offensive zone for the Riders, but out with it come the Bruins. Boren's going to dump it down. He's got a pair of points tonight, both assists in the state championship game. Puck's going to be thrown away to the near side wing, then back to center, across the neutralized territory, bounced off the wall, comes away down to the Bruins. They're going to carry an offensive zone. Oh, what a play this is. In it by himself. Oh, drive came in. John Lang missed. Puck comes back now, under a minute to play here in overtime. With it, this is Mason Reynolds turning and firing. Blocker stopped there, Olsenowski. Puck comes back away on the near side wing. At the half boards. Now underneath the goal line. 2-for-2 scrum. Who's out with it? Reynolds is out front. He sends it. Nobody home. 27 seconds. Oh, no. Look out. That thing was a howitzer, and he sent it right up into the seats. Souvenir finds a fan, and everybody's okay, and that's why you hear the cheers coming here. But how about that chance for the Bruins in overtime?
And, unfortunate for John Lang there. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. During the EDC regular season, that's a penalty 9 times out of 10. But in the state championship game in the first overtime, the refs are going to put the whistles away. What could have been a hook there on Garrett Eichmann is just let's play big boy hockey.
21 seconds left here in overtime, number 1. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Puck comes up to the line for the Bruins. Oh, they're offsides. And we're going to face this one off back in the neutralized territory. Kids, get ready to count it down. 13.2 left in the first overtime session. Love it or love it here tonight.
Oh my goodness, Nick! What a fantastic hockey game between 2 well-coached teams.
11 seconds, down to 8, now 7, now 6, now 5. Red River's content with just letting the air come out of the Ralph Engelstad Arena for the final portion of the first overtime tonight. Dave, 59 minutes is not enough tonight. They're going to resurface the ice. We're going to come back on. We're going to play our second overtime, which will be a 17-minute session. If that's not enough, An 8-minute session will be good for number 3. If that's not enough, they'll resurface. We'll go to number 4, which would be 17, then 8, then resurface, 17, 8, resurface. And if it gets real carried away, it would be like 1977 when there was co-champions of Red River and Grand Forks Central, because it just got to a point where it wasn't healthy for the kids to keep going into the early morning hours, and co-champions were crowned. 2-2 at the end of overtime here tonight. We'll come back to our intermission report. We're going to have plenty to talk about in this one. Shots at 35-28 in favor of Red River, but it's 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Second overtime comes up when we come back, but first we'll break this one down. It's North Dakota High School Hockey State Championship coverage right here on the PSP Network.
Looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Oh, easy. I think I'm good. You got my good side, right? Not too many lights. I don't want to get fried before my time. Oh, it's egg-tastic. You never know what dish you're going to end up in. My dream dish is a 99. It's so popular. Me and a fellow egg tag teaming with some crispy golden hash browns. Have you seen those hash browns? Those guys are shredded. Throw in some diced ham, onions, and melted cheese. Oh, it's a party for your taste buds. Oh, here comes Chevy. Hold on, Chevy. Did you guys get everything that you needed? 99. Here I come. Shots Crossroads. It's an excellent place to eat.
Finding the right bank can be transformative for your small business. The best bank for your business will offer competitive fees and so much more. At BNC National Bank, our team is proud to offer you a helpful, supportive, above and beyond banking relationship. Starting to stress about the complexities of qualifying for a small business loan? BNC can guide you through the process with much less stress and likely far more success. Speak to one of our team members today.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with the hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Oh, easy, easy. I think I'm good. You got my good side, right? Not too many lights. I don't want to get fried before my time. Oh, it's egg-tastic. You never know what dish you're going to end up in. My dream dish is a 99. It's so popular. Me and a fellow egg tag teaming with some crispy golden hash browns. Have you seen those hash browns? Those guys are shredded. Throw in some diced ham, onions, and melted cheese. Oh, it's a party for your taste buds. Oh, here comes Chevy. Hold on, Chevy. Did you guys get everything that you needed? 99. Here I come. Shots Crossroads. It's an excellent place to eat.
Kids are starting to fall asleep at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. It's officially past my bedtime here tonight almost, Dave. 9:21. We started at 6:30 tonight, and we're not done yet. That's because we're headed to double overtime here tonight. Welcome into our premier chiropractic intermission reports. This game has been entertaining from the word go tonight since we walked into the Ralph Engelstad Arena. We knew it would be. Then the hype of the state title game. When you shut the lights off, you've got the introductions where the players and the starting lineups meet at center ice and shake hands, all the way down to the national anthem, all the way down to that opening draw, the first goal, the first big hit, first big save of the game. All these minutes later, 59 of them of gameplay, and a second overtime is needed here tonight. You can't ask for anything better than that, can you?
No, and we've talked at length about how good of a hockey game it's been. You know, a little bit sloppy at times, but I mean, you go down there and play it in front of 3,000 people and do everything perfect at full speed. It's been a good game. A credit to the kids. A good atmosphere for high school hockey in North Dakota.
At what point do you start to worry about the amount of energy that your kids have after the tournament time is upon us here, and we're in day number 3 of the 3-day tournament on the biggest stage?
Yeah, it's really on the coaching staffs here to manage shifts, and really those third and fourth line kids, maybe not so much for Red River because they're used to rolling 3 lines, but it's an opportunity where you might see some mixing and matching going, where a kid needs a deep breath, and one of those third line, fourth line kids is going to have to go out there and play a shift, and it's a big spot for them. Every body they have on the bench is an important body. So you know, kind of an all hands on deck approach for both teams this period.
Should be a good one coming up. Second overtime comes up next on the PSP Network. When we come back, Dave and I will break down the numbers of this hockey game. We're through 59 minutes, but we have more time that is needed to be put on the board to settle a winner tonight in the 2023 state championship. We'll have the numbers report when we come back, and then we'll face off our second overtime from the Ralph Engelstad Arena.
Thinking about the shots, honestly, it's just the shots came to me. Derek and Eric especially had some great drives, you know, which led to some great kicks. Shout out to them. You know, it feels good.
For you to come out here from a defensive effort against Engelstad, I mean, you're way smaller than him. How did you get yourself pumped up for that?
Well, you know, Coach has a thing that says height doesn't measure heart, and I strongly believe in that. You know, I got the heart, and it doesn't matter if I got the height or not.
that line. Good luck next week. Yeah, all right, great job. I don't have the height, but I got the heart. That was a pretty cool sign right there by Jagger Gunville. Back up to you guys.
Yes, and now
I wasn't really thinking of
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Legacy Financial Partners, the Bone and Joint Center, Ask Fitness, Thompson Larson Funeral Home, First Choice Physical Therapy, The Hoopster, KX News, Century Eyewear, 701 Realty, North Country Sportswear, Morelli's Distributing, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's Subs, Nathan Stremick Signal Realty, Eyes on Burdick, Chuppy Health, Subway, The Beaupre Law Firm, Minot's Finest Collision Center, State Farm Paul Siebert, Minot Hockey Boosters, Crustwich Orthodontics, Hub International, The UPS Store, Planet Pizza, Northern Plains Heating and Air, Roger Ward Moving and Storage, Ackerman S. Fold, Premier Chiropractic, Vibeto Orthodontics, Dakota Community Bank and Trust, Jerome's Collision Center, Tires Plus, First Western Bank and Trust, Jobbers Moving and Storage, Sport Clips, Shots Crossroads, Planning Team Financial Advisors, ServPro, BNC National Bank, Shields. Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
in the open to tonight's broadcast, I talked about the first time Dave and I ever got to watch a high school hockey state championship together. You got to go back to the last ever game at the old Ralph Engelstad Arena, Dave, and that was almost 23 years ago. Is that right? 2000, was that the year, or was it 01?
2001.
2001, so you can do the math. It's been a long time. First time you and I ever got to sit and watch a game together. Now here we are calling one on the PSP Network. And that game that we watched, like I discussed with you earlier on here tonight, went into 4 overtimes, and we went into the early morning hours at the old Ralph Engelstad Arena. Do you think I jinxed us, or are we in store for that here tonight?
Oh boy, with the way that the goaltenders are playing and the way that the kids are battling, we could see, we were in the multiple overtimes. We could see a triple overtime. Really, like we said, the goaltending has been good. The kids are buying in, blocking shots. We could be in for a long night ahead of us.
What we talked about earlier on tonight in our pregame show were Grand Forks Red River and Fargo South-Shanley, two different sides to the coin here tonight, and how they execute a game plan that they bring to the table in this state title. It's a South-Shanley team that last night played a 2-1-2 trap, which basically, if you don't know what that means in hockey terms, basically they played defensively last night where they weren't going to let you fire the shots towards the net needed to win a game, and that's what they did to Davies. Davies pulled their goaltender, and Davies ended up surrendering 2 empty net goals. It was 4-0. We talked about that defensive style against Grand Forks Red River, and the juggernaut that is the offensive scoring chase in the state of North Dakota, with 6 out of the top 9 point producers in our state coming into tonight. Now that we enter the second overtime, will we see that style of play on either side change at all here tonight? And will it affect either team in more of a positive way than the other tonight?
Well, really for South-Shanley, the way that they sit back kind of really helps them in a game that becomes longer in this type of a situation where they're not going to use that much energy unless they're defending in their own end, chasing Red River around. I mean, really for Red River, it's how long can the horses go, because they've been up and down the ice as much as they can with those 3 lines. Haven't seen their 4th line out there, but like we said, maybe you roll one of those 4th line wingers in with those anywhere on those top 3 lines that they have.
I have to tell you, after that state tournament, I've never been the same, because the Red Pepper's been somewhere I visited after that trip with you and Ryan Bakke and some others that brought me over to the state high school hockey tournament that year. And you guys had me so psyched out about what my order needed to be at the Red Pepper and how I needed to know what I wanted because it was going to be a busy place on a Saturday night. And I don't think I missed. I've had the same order ever since, man. Everything grinder with taco meat and one hard shell, maybe a soft, depends on how I'm feeling.
Right. It's amazing how you go to the Red Pepper so many times over the years and you order exactly the same thing. I mean, it's really, I don't even look at the menu. I was there the other night with my sons when the Cheyenne team was there having a team meal, and my son orders 2 hot dogs, and I honestly, Nick, I've been going there for 30 plus years. I had no idea they serve hot dogs because maybe that just shows I just order the same thing. I don't ever look at the menu, but I just could not believe that my son ordered 2 hot dogs at the Red Pepper.
Well, I've had them, and they're pretty good there, I've got to tell you. Everybody's hungry for the game-winning goal tonight. Here's the game reset on how we got to where we are here in a 2-2 tilt that needs a second overtime here this evening. Mikey Coleman scored at 16:30 of the first period. That was with 30 seconds left in the opening frame tonight. Grant Gardner and Luke Beadall had the assists. And for Coleman, that was point number 68. Red River led 1-0 at the end of 1. We were tied at 1 at the end of 2 because Trevor Moe and Zach Boren connected on the Serve Pro power play for Fargo South-Shanley. Boren with his 42nd point of the season, and Trevor Moe with his 21st on his 10th goal was a rocket. And we were tied at the end of 2. In the third, Luke Beadall on one of the best wrist shots I've seen in a while. Boy, was that a twisted wrister. Fired home a beautiful goal that registered his 27th of the year for point number 50 to give Red River the lead. Mikey Coleman had the assist on the play, and he's up to 69 points. That's the state scoring leader right now here this season. He's going to end that way. What a great year for him, no matter how many he ends up with, if he gets another point here or not. 69's a lot of points for North Dakota high school hockey. Espen Schneider had the assist as well at 2:12 of the period. But then John Lang from Zach Boren, and John Lang hammered home his 21st of the year. Bourne was in on the assist on that play. Shots are 35-28 as we start the second overtime session. It's Red River that's got the advantage in the shot column. Quality scoring chances in this game. 9-7. Red River's got the edge there. Left to the right for the Fargo South Bruins for the extra session. Right to the left for the Red River Rough Riders. We are underway for overtime number 2. Bruins from the line, send it down into the corner. Taken here by Stroh, the big D-man, moves it off the wall through the legs and sent up to center ice. We're skating down with it, comes Riley Bench. Bench is going to send it in, catching it to Volsanowski. It goes, and he'll hang on to it with 16:34 to play in overtime number 2.
And Zach Scarperud ended up in the corner with a Red River Rough Rider and immediately skated over to the bench. He's getting some deep breaths there. I didn't see what happened, but going back the other way, Red River ended up with an odd man advantage. So a good whistle for Volsanowski there to get their second line on the ice.
Off the draw, offensive zone for the Riders. Beadall shot it into traffic. Nice block shot there. As who's that Spaniard that went down to block it? Make it Oshak rather. Puck comes back away on the far side. Or was it Myers, Dave? It was Myers that laid down and just ate that one in the belly. Nice play from him. Puck comes back out to neutral ice. Oshak's got a big hit. That's going to free the puck up the far wing into the offensive zone. Wide open in front of the Rider net. On the attack there for the Bruins was 27 Verwest, but they couldn't feed him. Now Luke Beadall skates to center for the Riders. Beadall back across. Gardner with it. Coleman calls for it. Came to Beadall. Couldn't pull the trigger. Puck comes back away on the near side wing. Blockers side of the goaltender Olsanowski. Left side of the radio dial. Puck sent in from the line by the Riders. Comes back away on the far wing. Tied up underneath the goal now where it's going to be freed with room. Here to Trevor Moe, and he just sends it up the far side wall. Out to center it comes. Espen Schneider back in after it. He's going to move it down the far side wing. Icing waved off here as it touched a Bruin. Comes away now underneath the Bruin net. They've got to hurry. They've got traffic on top of them. That's Dylan Jackson. He hit the goalpost midway through the first overtime, and he hit that thing clean like somebody ringing the dinner bell on the North Dakota Prairie back in the 30s. Puck comes back away, center slot. Riders have it, walking down. Sproul fires. Hit save. Rebound comes away now, and it's the Bruins that send it up to the near side wing, and out to center it comes. Advantage Red River early on at overtime number 3. Overtime number 2 here tonight, looking for goal number 3 here in this hockey game for both of these teams. Puck's going to be sent up through center. Bruins will send it into the zone. Down it comes back behind the netminder. Bruins are going to take it away. Ridden off the play here on the near side boards. And down to the ice goes Albert. Riders back up with Sproul into the offensive zone. Sproul's down with it. Sends it back door. And trying to put it on a tee there for Scarperud, but he missed. 2-on-2 drill. Back the other direction now. Here for the Bruins. Sent down front. Nobody home. Back away to the far side. That puck just died as it came off the wall there, Dave. And the Riders have possession now, and Grand Forks Red River will take it here on the near side wing, where they go up to center with it. Sproul's got it. He'll dump it in from center. Olsenowski drops it down. 16 career shutouts for Noel Olsenowski, 12 of which came this year, with some of the best goaltending numbers I have ever seen in the state of North Dakota, if not the best numbers I've ever seen. 95.5% save percentage and a .83 goals against average. Bruins are back in with a high riser, missed from Lang. Puck comes back up to center, and it's dumped in from the near side wall down to the far corner on the right side of the radio dial. Now the Riders push it back up into the offensive zone as they go from the right to the left and skate it in. Tied up 2-on-2 on the near side wing. Bruins are out with it. They're content with pushing back up to center. They're going to go off for a change, and the Riders bring it off ahead, and it's taken here again where Verwest is back with it, trying to throw it up. Held in at the line. Mason Reynolds taken there by the Bruins. They push back to center. Skies up in neutral ice, and then just drops down at the North Dakota logo here at the Ralph. Puck's taken here by the Riders. They're going to send this one all the way down. No icing on the play. With some space, this is Spanier, sends it around to the near side wing, came to the half wall. There's the Riders fans. They haven't gone anywhere yet since the start of this tournament when they opened up the tournament with the chant, "This one's over," against Jamestown before the puck was dropped on Thursday. Puck came flying in down to the corner, underneath the net. Olsenowski waiting for the one-timer, didn't get to him as that puck came off the stick of Dylan Jackson. Make that Reynolds rather. Mikey Coleman rather, just a bit awkwardly. And Olsenowski will play it here to the near side where he goes up to Hofer. Hofer up to center ice, connected there. Anderson had it for a moment. Riders carry back in. Underneath the net, Grant Gardner sends it out front, nobody home. Bruins push to center. That puck goes off the far side wall. We haven't had a whistle in a minute here, Dave. 12-11 to play in the second OT. And back on the retrieve is Espen Schneider here for the Riders. D to D, they bang it back off the wall, then they go to center, up to neutral, they skate down, Scarperud in over the blue line, fancy move, lost the handle on it. Bruins are going to try to tie it up down in their own D zone. They're going to get some help here from the D-man, Kankelfritz. Andrew Kankelfritz freed it to the near side wing. Banged off the boards and back to center, then dumped right back in with the 9-iron from Schneider. And back behind the net for the Bruins, it's going to be taken back up to neutral. Here comes Fargo South-Shanley looking for their 4th ever state championship. Bruins on defense now because Dylan Jackson in with a backhander. He fired it towards the net. And Olsenowski hangs on with 11:27 left in the second overtime.
Well, take a breath, Nick. My goodness, we go almost a full 5 minutes there without a whistle. And, these kids are just battling. Fargo South living a little bit dangerously a few shifts back. But Carter Sproul just completely dominant with the puck going low to high and behind the net. Just fantastic work by him, and another goal mouth scramble that Fargo South survives.
Olsenowski comes up with a couple stops there. Wow, the pressure's on right now. Shots are all of a sudden 40-28. Riders have that advantage as they have dominated overtime number 2 here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Puck's back in behind the net now. The Fargo South Bruins. They push up to the near side wing, but it's Stroll that holds the line. Comes back away. Center slot taken out here. Bruins are going to push it free up to center. Stroh's going to get it back. He spins at center. Walks in now over the blue line on the near wing. Dumps it down to the corner. And chasing it after it are the Riders, but it's going to be pushed right back up to center by the Bruins. Taken here at center. Dumped in. Goes off the hands here of Camden Myers, who threads it out to center. Bouncer comes across. No call on the play. Bruins fans want it. They need to understand that this will be prison rules, especially in overtime too. In with a drive. Hard riser there from Mikey Coleman. And the stop was made. Olsenowski on the side of the net. There's a scrum for it. Beadall pushes it out in front of the goal. And the puck's going to come back away now. Up to center. It's a 2-on-1 if the Bruins can get there in time. This one all the way down. They call that an icing here with 10:05 left in overtime. And listen to the Fargo South-Shanley faithful. They are livid.
And again there, Nick, we talk about how good these kids are at, taking alternate routes to pucks that are kind of 50-50 icing plays there. And again, a great play by Espen Schneider, just kind of waiting out that icing, skating at 3-4 speed and getting his team an offensive zone face-off.
In on the draw. On the glove side of Olsenowski. 10:05 left to the second overtime. Puck off the wall. Taken here by the Bruins. Spanier got it to center. A dump and chase game now here for Fargo South-Shanley. Edison was in after it. He's seen some time here in the second overtime. Puck comes back away up to center ice now, where it's handled and carried across by Carter Sproul. Sproul took it down offensive territory. Bruins are going to get it back on the far side wing. Pushed up to center and all the way down on the blocker side of Jake Jenkins it comes, but it's the Riders with possession. Turned over there just for a moment. And back with possession now. Red River's got it with Stroh. He feeds it off the wall on the far side. Spin move away. Skarprud frees it to center into the offensive zone. Jackson and company. It comes back up to Stroh at the point. Sends it in. Oh, it went just wide. Puck goes back away on the far side, top of the circle. Across the blue line it comes now. This one knocked out in front, and then the Bruins are going to clear back up, but guess who? It's Stroh at the line that knocks it down. Came over the blue line, so he had to wait to send it back in. Boy, has this been an entertaining game here tonight in overtime. Number 2 has not disappointed. Bruins from center. They send it in. They're all right with sticking back in that 2-1-2 that they run here on the defensive side. A bit of a trap, if you will. And the puck on the near side wing, tied up in between the half wall and the blue line. In front of the Red River net it comes now. Pinching in on the play. Bruins are going to hold it in. Comes back up. Here's a drive. That one whistled just wide. Just missed from Zach Bourne, who wristed it in. Puck goes away to the far side wall. Riley Vetch up ahead. Puck comes across the center ice stripe. Here comes Reynolds with it. He's going to fire it up. That one's going to go high up into the protective mesh. 8:12 left to the second OT. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. How many whistles have been in the second overtime? Not many.
No, it's been a brisk moving second overtime here, and really a credit to Red River keeping the puck away from their goaltender. I can't remember what the shots were after the first overtime, but I'm not sure that South-Shanley has registered a shot here in this overtime.
I don't think they have, partner. Here's a drive that comes away off the draw. Red River offensive zone, glove side of Olsenowski. Puck's tied up down and deep. Riders are in after it again. They are a powerhouse in North Dakota, looking for their second straight state title. Would be number 3, but Grand Forks Central took the crown 2 years ago to win their 29th ever. Puck comes underneath the net now here where the Bruins have it. Puck's away to the far side. Up to center comes Fargo South-Shanley as they dump it off ahead. That one landed in the offensive zone, but back in after it is Grant Gardner. Gardner, the offense starting here for Gardner as he sends it up there on the far side to Coleman. Taken at center and dumped right back in by the Bruins, but it's the top unit for the Rough Riders that carries it out to center again. Up at the blue line. Here's a move from Mason Ray. He's going to go all the way down deep into the zone. Ray sends it out front. Beadall was on the doorstep. Just couldn't send that one in. And the puck comes back here to Beadall, who takes it and fires it back in off the glass behind the net. Puck comes underneath the goal line. Spruill's got it again. Sends it out front, right onto the skate of Scarperud. If he was right-handed instead of left, or left instead of right, rather, that might have been game over. Here's a drive from the line, sent in, stick save Olsenowski. Puck underneath the net for Dylan Jackson. Back behind the cage, 6:47 to play in the second OT. Puck is going to be lifted all the way back up, rolls down and on the Red River net, but it's picked up here by Stroll. He's been all tournament worthy, hasn't he, here?
Yeah, absolutely. Just doesn't put up a ton of points, but just really solid defending on the back end for Red River.
Puck's going to be launched back up to neutral ice here by the Bruins. Stop in the play on the hand pass. And with 6:24 left in the second overtime, we're going to have a face-off coming on the blocker side of the netminder, making the glove side of the netminder, Jake Jenkins, who, keep in mind, is getting kind of cold like a pizza that you forgot was sitting on the countertop. Face-off on his glove side. Puck comes back away to the line where it's going to be taken and dropped down to the corner. Offensive zone for the Bruins. But it's the Riders that are out. No, they're not. It's held in there. Back in. Here come the Bruins with a shot attempt. Comes back down into the corner. Lang's got it. Take it back here. Riders have possession. 2-on-2 game into the zone. Carrying down. Here's a drive. Just missed on the far side from Reynolds. Back at the point. That slap shot missed. Puck comes back away up top. Drop down here. The puck's going to be sent all the way out and down. Bruins are going to go off for a 2-for-5 change as they set up their defense. Meanwhile, the breakout is set up here for the Red River Rough Riders with Gardner up to Beadall. He's going to skate in with it. Beadall walks in. Center slot, sent it in wide. Puck comes back away now again. Gardner across the blue line. Threads the needle here. Back up at the point. Sent towards the net. Knocked down. Ray sent it into the corner. Picked up here by the Bruins, and they start out to center with Meyer. Meyer's going to send it off ahead. Down into the Rider defensive zone. Back behind the net it comes here. Riders have possession. They're going to start their rush back up to center with Schneider. Schneider moves it off into the offensive territory. Down they come. Fired in. Beadall's got it. Center of the net. Sends it up front. Rebound in the slot. Save. Rebound. Oh, it's back behind the cage. They try to tuck it in. Nets off its moorings. And the opportunity was there again, Dave. And the net comes off the pegs with 5:02 left in the second overtime.
And a play there where the puck gets behind the net and it actually caroms off the back of the net. Olsenowski's moving left to right. He's expecting that puck to end up to his right, but it actually ends up over to his left, and the puck gets pushed out to net front for Red River and just laying there in the crease for somebody to tap in, but no one for Red River is able to get a stick on it.
State title game boils down to 2 overtimes tonight. I don't think anyone that's directly associated with these teams here tonight is sitting at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Drive from the line came in. Olsenowski makes save number 45. We had to turn in our all tournament sheets here tonight and our MVPs and all that sort of stuff. I want to change mine right now to Olsenowski for the MVP of this game. 45 saves in a title game. Couple overtimes against the Kins in white and red tonight. He certainly has been powerful here and should receive that vote. I'd like to change that. Maybe I'll talk to Tom Mix and see if I can. Puck goes up into the seats. Or did I vote that way already? I believe I already did. Olsenowski if they won, and whoever it was with the game winner on the other side between the 2 top producers of this tournament here tonight.
Yeah, Nick, really, they hand those things out so early, and I know that they have a job to do, but you wish they would kind of wait until the end of the hockey game, because Olsenowski could have 67 saves, and we picked a different kid for the tournament MVP. So, but they have a job to do, though, and they do a great job here.
Puck comes away to the far line, whistled in from Eichmann. He missed the net. Puck's going to be taken out by the Bruins. Only 3 times in program history have the Bruins won a state championship. First one came in '94. They got one in '99 and then 2006. We're in overtime. I can't tell you about all the 19 that Red River, the Rough Riders, Big Red Machine has won, but they won one last year, looking to go back to back. 4:17 left in the overtime session. Karams off the end boards. Olsenowski goes down, and the net comes off its moorings again with 4:14 to play.
and really there goes in the RVH to his left, and kind of leans on the post a little bit there. Net does go off a little bit with those pegs that do give way. We've got the linesman working on that spot now. You know, the ice is kind of soft to begin with, and trying to put some water on that spot, but until a Zam gets out there, that spot is going to kind of be a trouble spot for the rest of this period.
I wonder if marsh pegs were talked about at the coaches meeting today, if something that they'd like to maybe see different at the state tournament. Up to the line, tank in here. Stroh's got it, sends it down. Stop is made from a Bruin defender out front, and now it's going to be worked across the slot where again it's Mason Stroh out front, save, rebound all right in the goal mouth. The save was made from Olsenowski, and then crashing into the net. It was Ulmer that was cross-checked into the goaltender. Prison rules are on. In the Riders a drive. Oh, what a block shot that was. Trevor Moe went down and stopped the shot from Eichmann. Puck comes back up inside the blue line. Rider offensive territory. Riders have it here. They worked out. Fired in. Bruins are going to come away with the puck, and they send it all the way down. Will it get to the end line for an icing? It does. 3:27 left in overtime number 2. And right now it's Fargo South-Shanley that is weathering a Red River storm that is really buzzing towards a goal here.
Right, and how many punches can you take? You know, Dean French kind of mixing and matching here with his lines, but you know, you can only take so many punches. A great shift again from Stroh there. You know, it took a great block from the defenseman Moe in order to keep the puck away from a goal mouth, and these guys are just battling. Like I said, a credit to them and these kids for a heck of a game.
Dylan Jackson fed it back on front. Nice defensive stop again as Meyer slid in front of that. Pass out front. There's a player hauled up in the corner. You hear the fans come alive here. Red River section wants a holding call. I don't think you're going to get any penalties coming here, Dave. Not in the second overtime with 3:04 remaining. That would be almost a game ender in some situations here.
Yeah, and it would have to be egregious. Like you said, EDC regular season, Camden Myers is serving a 2-minute penalty there for either a hold or a hook. But in the second overtime with 3 minutes left in the state championship game, they're going to let them play on.
Face off of the glove side of Olsenowski. That top unit for Red River back onto the ice surface. This crowd has not thinned out at all here tonight. It's been rowdy inside the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Not packed by any means, but a good crowd on hand for the 2023 state championship. Riders have possession out of the circle. Here's a drive. Another block shot here from the Bruins, and it's going to come free over there to Meyer. He lays it all the way down in the offensive zone for the Bruins as he dropped it in, kind of like a UFO in your backyard, Dave. And now the puck comes away to the Riders, who turn it back in their own territory. Mason Ray's got it. Comes back here now to Espen Schneider and up to center and went to beat all. Came back off of a skate back to Schneider, carrying it in. Gardner takes it down, and Gardner takes a look on front. Backhander, through the goal mouth. They went for Mikey Coleman and wide. Puck comes back up to center. Bruins are back in. Shot carried down. Shot was blocked there by Stroh. Now it's the Bruins that have possession. Here's a drive coming. The Whistler just missed. Puck comes back up to the line. Taken down by Will Hofer. He sent it in. The Bruins still have not registered a shot here in this overtime, have they? No, they have not registered a shot in the second overtime. And we're 15 minutes and 7 seconds in. There's an icing on Red River and a face-off coming on the netminder Jenkins glove side with 1:53 to play here in the second OT.
And a great job again. Red River just keeping the puck away from their net. They've got more block shots this period than their goaltender has saves. Kudos to their defensemen. You know, people talk a lot about their forwards, but my goodness, their top 4 defensemen are really, really good.
Puck comes back into the Bruin end. Down on the left side and on the left wing. We're going to have a stop of the play on an icing with 1:37 to play in our second overtime. 2-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Boy, this one has been good tonight. And now Fargo South-Shanley, who has weathered a storm down at the other end, has an opportunity to score their 122nd goal of the season. the Rough Riders that look for number 177 here tonight. Think about that. They've scored 176 goals on the year. Coming in that amount of games, 26 games on the season. That's remarkable. Puck's going to be taken here by the Riders. Back in their own territory. 80 seconds to play second overtime. Puck comes away on the near side wall. What do we have here? It's a hand pass, Dave. And a stop and a face-off coming back in South-Shanley territory with 1 minute 17 seconds left of the second overtime.
And a face-off in Bruins territory means Zach Boren comes out on the ice. We do have face-off statistics of the total numbers won in the game here, but we don't have individual statistics. It'd be interesting to see how many face-offs that Zach Boren has taken, and a big win there for the Bruins.
Absolutely. He takes it off the near side wing, but it's the Riders that now possess the puck with Stroh up at the point. Comes down underneath the goal as it wrapped around the end boards. Tied up down in deep. Bo's going to move it forward. Held it at the line. Comes back away to the Bruins, and the Bruins are out with it. They're going to send it into offensive territory. Down it comes. That's an icing with 55 seconds left in OT number 2 tonight.
And, just maybe a tired play there. They did have Oshak open on the wing there, moving up ice, and, just missed him by about 5 or 10 feet. If they can get him the puck there, he's in a dangerous spot. But like I said, maybe a little bit of a tired pass there in that situation.
Puck comes back up to neutral ice now, where it's taken here off the wall from Eichmann. Comes back away to the near side where it's going to be handled and dumped in from Stroh. He sends it in. Oh, goofy carom off the end boards. Came right to the blue paint. Olsenowski had to be sharp there, Dave. And he hangs onto it with 37.5 seconds left in OT2.
Right, a really nice job by him of being alert there and going to his post, into his RVH there to prevent anything crazy from happening. And then, like most locked-in goaltenders do, he gets a whistle when his team needs a whistle.
Told my kids I'd be back at the hotel by about 9:30 to go swimming. Kids, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you, I promise. This one's in double overtime at the state championship at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. You might not understand today, but someday you will. Puck comes back away to the near side wing, and it's going to be pushed back underneath the net where it's the Bruins defensive zone, where it's tied up in deep. All right, kids, cut him down. We're at 15, now 14. Puck comes off the wall, and it's going to be handled here. We're out with it. Reynolds had it just for a moment, and now the Bruins push to center. Up to center, it's Boren. 2-point game for him. He crashes in. Boren fires all loose in front. Big save from Jenkins. It was almost over, and Jenkins slams the door and says, "I don't think so."
And the first shot of the period for Fargo South-Shanley, and that Boren getting around the all-state defenseman and Mason Stroh and getting to the net front, and Red River players now going out to their goalie, Jake Jenkins, who saved his best save for the first shot he saw in the second overtime, and a period that was largely controlled by Grand Forks Red River.
My goodness, what a save that was. Shots are now 46-29 as the advantage continues to work up. Let's listen into the shots in the period.
For South-Shanley is number 33, Noah Olsenowski. 10, 5-period total of 43. For Red River's number 1, Jake Jenkins, 1 for a 5-period total of 27.
Well, you called it, partner. The only save of the second overtime came on a breakaway against one of the state's top producers in the final 10 seconds of the period. That would have been point number 44 on the year and point number 3 of the night, the game winner in the state title for Zach Boren. How about those two gentlemen they have on the screen right now, the officials in tonight's hockey game? And I'm telling you, they certainly deserve some credit here tonight. Those two gentlemen have done a fantastic job here tonight. Again, Tyler Liffrig along with Art and Blair. They really do deserve some credit here in this title game, don't they?
Right, and the thing that people don't understand is, the skating ability that this takes to do a high school hockey game. And Mike Kramer is down there with the Grand Forks tournaments, getting them some water, and they've done a fantastic job. You don't want to get into a situation where we see, a whistle-happy state championship game. They've done a good job of letting the kids play. We all know what's going to be called and what's not going to be called in overtime, and to their credit, the game has run smoothly in large part to what them and what Cole Jurek and Kyle Stevens have done as well.
What a game it's been tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. One overtime wasn't enough. 17 minutes of a second overtime wasn't enough. And now we need a third overtime. Dave, would you hand me that sheet right there to your right, please? When's the last time that 3 overtimes were needed? In 2001, that's the 4 overtime game. We'd have to look at the sheets and have the printout from years 2006 on through. We'll find that for you. What a showdown this has been here tonight. Tyler Hagen here with Tyler Hagen Photography, taking photos. Batteries are dead. The camera, I assume, my friend. He shakes his head yes as he comes back to the press box. We haven't seen him since 6 o'clock here tonight. That was 4 hours ago, Dave. Trying to get the game winner. Those shots on the ice tonight. Tyler Hagen Photography will have the action shots posted online here tonight. Well, it's time for overtime number 3. Face-off at center. Olsenowski now in the blue paint to our right. Jenkins on the blue paint to our left. And we are set for sudden death number 3 with Fargo, South-Shanley, and Grand Forks, Red River. Bought a ticket for 51 minutes tonight, and you get plenty of free hockey tonight at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Puck's going to be taken up to center. Here come the Bruins in off the draw. It's Lang that walks, fires. He scores! Lang ends it in the third overtime. 18 seconds in, and for the 4th time in program history, the Fargo South-Shanley Bruins are state champions as they're at the top of the hill in North Dakota boys high school hockey.
And really, Nick, for them, like we talked, just staying within their structure, staying within their system. I don't know how many times that they've tipped the puck high off the glass in this game tonight and out of the zone, and a play where a high chip into the neutral zone takes a funny bounce and gets back past the defenseman Garrett Eichmann. Lang picks up the spot, picks up the puck, and drags the puck across the slot and gets Jenkins moving to his right and shoots across up into the top corner of the net, glove side on Jenkins, and John Lang wins it 3-2 in overtime for the South-Shanley Bruins.
Unassisted goal for Lang. He tied the game at 4:20 of the third period. He wins the game of the third overtime at 18 seconds. Well, Fargo South-Shanley in 94, 99, 2006. And I'm sure there's a printing company somewhere in Fargo that will happily build the banner right now. For 2023 is Lang, the left-handed shooter, intercepted that puck at the blue line. Just came across the slot, Dave, and what a wrist shot moving from his right to his left and sent it high glove for the winner.
Right, and just in overtime, getting a quality shot on net, and you feel for a kid like Mason Stroh. The puck takes a bad hop on him, and it gets on a goal scorer's stick. Really, I didn't think Jenkins was in that bad of a position there, moving to his right at the top of his crease. Sometimes guys just make shots in big moments that decide these hockey games, and really a great hockey game between two good hockey teams. The Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders have nothing to be ashamed of. They dominated really the first and the second overtime, but South-Shanley just kept taking punches the entire game and got the program a state championship for the first time in many years.
Teams shake hands at center ice. They salute each other. What a game that was. Shots Crossroads Planning Team Financial Advisors post-game show comes up next, Dave. We've got a lot to talk about, including the game reset where That gentleman right there wearing number 29 sealed the deal for Shanley and Fargo South, the co-op, the Bruins. Tied the game at 4:20 of the third, and then it gets the overtime game winner. Not in the first OT, not in the second OT, but 18 seconds of the third OT. What a thriller tonight. The Bruins are champions of North Dakota high school hockey. We'll tell you how they did it when we come back to the Shots Crossroads Planning Team Financial Advisors post-game show.
Looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession? Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Oh, easy, easy. I think I'm good. You got my good side, right? Not too many lights. I don't want to get fried before my time. Oh, it's egg-tastic. You never know what dish you're going to end up in. My dream dish is a 99. It's so popular. Me and a fellow egg tag teaming with some crispy golden hash browns. Have you seen those hash browns? Those guys are shredded. Throw in some diced ham, onions, and melted cheese. Oh, it's a party for your taste buds. Oh, here comes Chevy. Hold on, Chevy. Did you guys get everything that you needed? 99. Here I come. Shots Crossroads. It's an excellent place to eat.
It's time for the Shots Crossroads and Planning Team Financial Advisors postgame show. Now for a look at game stats and analysis. Let's go to the postgame show.
Well, they hand out awards at the Ralph Engelstad Arena here tonight. Dave, I got to tell you, that's a game I'm going to remember for a long time here tonight because 3 overtimes were needed. And a state champion was crowned 18 seconds into the third one. My goodness, what a night tonight. And the Bruins are champions. They dethroned the Big Red Machine. Grand Forks Red River, not allowing them to go back-to-back here in 2023. How about Fargo South's effort here tonight defensively and Olsenowski? And how about the effort of Red River tonight? Those kids really do deserve credit on both sides of the ice here tonight.
Right, and the 3-year run for these seniors for Grand Forks Red River, 10 seniors in total. They were sophomores out here 2 years ago, losing a tough one to Grand Forks Central in overtime. And you knew that year that this team would be reckoned with the next couple seasons, and winning the state championship last year in Fargo against a really game Fargo Davies Eagles team, and playing a really good game tonight and dominating most of the overtime against a Fargo South-Shanley Bruins team that just had to stay gritty defensively and chip pucks and do the little things and just kind of wait on their chances. They went over 20 minutes there without registering a shot in the overtime, and it was just bare bones and gritting your teeth in their end in overtime and getting the puck out. And you just thought, boy, if they get their chance, they better take advantage of it. They had one at the end of the second overtime that Jenkins really stood tall on, and Lang made sure he didn't miss there in the third overtime when he got his opportunity.
How about the woulda, coulda, shouldas in this hockey game tonight? You think about Dylan Jackson, who hit the post clean in the first overtime. You think about some of those plays on the Red River side and Fargo South-Shanley side. For South-Shanley, the woulda, coulda, shouldas don't matter. They're happy that they win one, but the Riders will be haunted by that for at least another year.
Yeah, and those plays happen in overtime, and you hear quite a bit. The first team that hits the post in overtime automatically loses, and in this instance the game went on for quite a bit, but it just seems that team that finds the post, it's not going to be their night. And Olsenowski was extremely tough to beat, and really a sound goaltending performance from him, and a senior stepping stepping up in a big spot and knocking off the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders in overtime at Ralph Engelstad Arena.
It's our planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads post-game show here tonight. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you. Work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. And Shots Crossroads will get you fueled up before and after the game. Stop into Shots Crossroads and try that delicious number 99. I highly recommend the banana cream pie at Shots Crossroads. Team buses are always welcome. Dave, time for our game reset here tonight. Mikey Coleman scored first at 16:30 of the first period. And when you look at this 6:30 game time here tonight, it's 10:09 right now. That seems like quite a while ago here tonight, and it was, because it was almost 4 hours ago that first goal of the game was scored. Grant Gardner and Luke Beadall assisted. Mikey Coleman with one excellent season here. Senior Athlete of the Year for the East Region. Senior's going to end his career with 69 points because he assisted on Luke Beadall's goal at 2:12 of the third period to give the Riders the lead back. Espen Schneider scored on that goal as well. You're saying, well, how did they get the lead and how did they lose it? Well, that's because Trevor Moe banged in a power play goal from Zach Boren at 15:57 of the second to serve pro power play goal for Boren, setting up Trevor Moe that tied it. So we ended 2 at 1-1. And then the Riders took the lead at 2:12 of the third period on that Luke Beadall tally. Boy, what a season for him, huh? Beadall, 27 goals, 50 points. Great outing for him. But then it was John Lang from Zach Boren. An even strength goal, and John Lang, not a bad campaign for him either. Goal number 21 on the year, point number 36. That came at 4:27 of the third period. And then, Dave, 51 minutes wasn't enough, so we went to overtime number 1. 8 minutes wasn't enough there, so that's 59 minutes of gameplay. We go 17 more minutes. I'm not a mathematician, but you can help me with this, I would have to assume. Carry the 1, 59 and 17.
76 minutes.
76 minutes and 18 seconds tonight. When you normally play 51 minutes of high school hockey. And that math comes to a close at 76-18 because John Lang picks up goal number 2 on the night. Point number 37 on the year. He's the hero tonight without question for Fargo South-Shanley. But he shares that cape tonight with Noel Olsenowski, the goaltender that made 44 saves on 46 shots here tonight. The other goaltender on the other side, Jenkins, he came up with 27 saves on 30 shots here tonight. What a battle that was at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Time to announce our Jobbers Moving and Storage Move of the Game here tonight. The Move of the Game brought to you by Jobbers. Jobbers has locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. It's Jobbers. They bring you tonight's Move of the Game. And, you know, Dave, really, of the goals that we saw tonight, you look back at the rifling shot on the power play that Boren set up Moe with. That could be the Move of the Game. That Beadall goal definitely is in that conversation, the way he roofed it for his tally here tonight on the wrist shot. That could be in for the Move of the Game here tonight, but the Move of the Game has to be the third overtime game winner, doesn't it? Taking the puck off the blue line, off the miscue, and going down and scoring. I would have to go with the second goal tonight for John Lang as our Move of the Game by Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Right, absolutely. Just you wonder how the kid had the legs in that spot to make that move, but really, rightfully the Move of the game was the game-winning goal in overtime.
Jobbers Moving and Storage, whether you're moving across town or across the country, Jobbers can help you with your moving and storage needs. Find them online, jobberswarehouse.com. MVP of the contest here tonight, brought to you by Sport Clips. Sport Clips, where you can get the MVP haircut experience. Sign it online with a hairstylist today. It's Sport Clips bringing you the MVP of this showdown. Dave, we didn't talk about it off air, but since you are an all-state goaltender, it's going to be hard to change your mind, I'd have to assume, here tonight with our MVP of this contest. The way that Noel Olsenowski played here tonight, is there any question that he's not our MVP, even though a kid tied the game up, and then that same kid got the game winner tonight? Olszanowski really held him in, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think that the game is over long ago without the heroics from Noel Olszanowski. Hats off to Lang, a senior in a big spot ending this hockey game. But I think Noel Olszanowski's the reason that game lasted as long as it did. And you just, as a goaltender, you just try to roll with the punches and keep your team in the game as long as possible until one of your players can bury an opportunity from a spot, and that's what he did.
Noel Olszanowski was also just named the tournament MVP, Dave. Wow, what a performance for him.
And really, Nick, a kid that you have to root for. I know his dad really well, a really nice individual. He lost his mom to cancer in 2020, a former NDSU track athlete back in the Division II era. And, there's 4 children in his family, and he's the oldest. And, I can't say enough how great of an individual his dad is, how great of a family they are. And, just a kid that you like to root for. And to see him win this, just a really special moment for him, and which hasn't been the easiest start in his lifetime. That's kind of a big culture shock. You and I are lucky enough, and I'm 40, you're 37, to still have our moms around, and here's a kid that lost his mom when he's 16 years old, and his family's been able to keep things positive, and a big moment for him, and really tough to root against a kid in a story like that.
Somebody smiling down tonight, guaranteed. MVP of the state tournament and the MVP of the game, brought to you by Sport Clips tonight. Noel Olszanowski, congratulations. Red River Rough Riders end their season overall at 23-3-1. South-Shanley Bruins end up at 22-5 and they're state champions for 2023. They celebrate. The Riders are all watching on a knee at their own blue line here at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Joy of victory, agony of defeat, as they say. Partner, what a game that was. What a tournament that was. Overall, your thoughts and your closing thoughts on the 2023 North Dakota State High School Hockey Tournament.
Well, honestly, Nick, I had the Rough Riders kind of penciled in from the beginning of the year, and it was going to take a special effort for somebody to knock off the big red machine or the big red monster, whatever it is we call them, and it did. And really, a team that bought into playing defense and chipping pucks out and really playing for each other, and that's what they did. And just kind of Rocky Balboa kept taking punches from Apollo later and later into the fight until they had their chance to counterpunch, and they did that, and they made the most of it.
What a fun time. Looking forward to next year with you, my friend. It's going to be a great time then, I'm sure. Always look forward to it. Dave, thanks for your time. Fun hanging with you and your family at the hotel over the week where we started on Wednesday when we got together then. And all the way from Thursday's games until now, it's been one fun ride. I appreciate you, my friend.
Right, and the pleasure has been mine, and I know you've heard it from others around the tournament here, and I will say it again, Nick. What you do for these high school athletes is absolutely fantastic. And Nick calling a state championship game in 3 overtime was while making sure that district basketball tournaments back in the west part of the state are going well, and his viewership is taken care of. I mean, just a fantastic job for you, Nick. And I like to pat you on the back, but I can't pat you on the back enough for what you do for these high school athletes.
Well, I sure appreciate you, Dave. I'm here because I love it, and it was a lot of fun, especially on a night like tonight when 3 overtimes were needed. Fargo South-Shanley ended the dreams of Red River, picking up their 20th state title in program history. That's because the Bruins picked up their 4th all-time state title. What a fun one it was here tonight. For everybody that joined me on the PSP Network broadcast this week, big thank you one more time to Bob Gillen from NorthDakotaHighSchoolHockey.com. Job well done, Mr. Gillen. Big thanks to him, the state statistician. Great job at NorthDakotaHighSchoolHockey.com. Had a lot of fun this week with Matt Morelli calling the Magi games here on the PSP Network. Had a lot of fun working with David Wilson, calling the other matchups that we had for you folks here this week. For Mr. Dave Wilson, I'm Nick Hulberg, signing off from the Ralph Engelstad Arena. The hockey season is done because the Bruins win in 3 overtimes, 3-2 over the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. Bring on WDA basketball. That happens next for us on the PSP Network after some Class B regional stuff. Until then, signing off from the upper deck of the Ralph Engelstad Arena press box. Have a great weekend, and God bless.
Looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession? Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finrun SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Are you moving your business?